Like I had requested before, if you'll keep your phones on silent or switched off mode, that will be highly appreciated. Please have enough water by your side. Get your tea and coffee if you're wanting to right now, so that you all settle in. Morning, everybody, and welcome. My name is Archana Datta, and I will be helping to anchor this entire event today. Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, was set up in 1991 as an autonomous society under the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, METI. STPI's main objective has been the promotion of software exports from the country. STPI plays a pivotal role in igniting the startup ecosystem in India. Established by the Indian government, STPI serves as a catalyst for innovation and technological advancement in the country. STPI has been the unsung hero behind India's entrepreneurial spirit. It nurtures startups, fosters technological advancements, and simplifies regulatory hurdles, all in the pursuit of igniting innovation and propelling India's startup ecosystem to greater heights. Just as STPI has been key in igniting innovation and fueling Indian startups, I am delighted to invite the present dignitaries on the stage for lighting of the lamp. May I please request Shri Arvind Kumarji, Director General STPI, to come up on the stage, please. May I request Mr. Alok Mittal, co-founder Indify Technologies and President TiE, Director NCR, to come on the stage, please. May I request Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, Chairman Emeritus TiE Delhi-NCR, and co-founder India Angel Network to come on the stage, please. We can greet them with a round of applause. They are dignitaries who are amongst us, so thank you for cheering for them. May I request two of our investor partners, Mr. Ashok Singh, Executive Vice President, Investor Relations, Mumbai Angels, and Mr. Prem Bharathasarathy, Managing Partner, Pontac Ventures, India LLP, to join us on the stage. I also want to request Shri Sushil Pal, Joint Secretary MeitY, our chief guest for today. Please give a round of applause. Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary MeitY, to join us on the stage, please. And of course, I request Manjusha Chaurasia ji, Scientist E, MeitY, to join us. So please welcome them with a round of applause. Thank you everybody for joining us. I request Shri Arvind Kumar ji to welcome Shri S. Krishnan with a bouquet. May I please get the bouquet on the stage? Thank you. Shri Arvind Kumar ji to welcome Shri S. Krishnan with a bouquet. Please, let's give them a round of applause. I now request Senior Director STPI, Dr. Devesh Tyagi, to welcome Dr. Saurabh Srivastava with a bouquet. Can we give them a round of applause again, please? May I request Dr. Devesh Tyagi to welcome Shri Arvind Kumar with a bouquet now. Thank you. Let's just please give them a round of applause again. Thank you. May I request Shri Subodh Sanchan, Director STPI, to welcome Shri Sushil Pal with a bouquet now. Thank you so much, sir. Please welcome. I now request Dr. Devesh Tyagi to welcome Mr. Alok Mittal with a bouquet. Thank you for coming on the stage and welcoming Mr. Alok Mittal. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. May I request Shri Subodh Sanchan to welcome Mr. Ashok Singh with a bouquet, please. Can we give them a round of applause, show some energy? Thank you so much. May I request Shri Subodh Sanchan to welcome Mr. Prem Bharathasarathy with a bouquet, please. Thank you. I now request Shri Subodh Sanchan to welcome Ms. Manjusha Chaurasia with a bouquet, please. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause. Now, to start this auspicious event today, may I request all the dignitaries to come together for lighting of the lamp. Thank you, everyone. The lighting of the lamp, in fact, brings in a lot of warmth and unity, and I think that's very proud of being in the Indian tradition. So starting off, I will request Sri Arvind Kumarji to please come on the stage to deliver the welcome address. Sri Arvind Kumarji is the Director General of Software Technology Parks of India, STPI, which has been providing, he's been providing leadership as the head of the organization since December 2021. His vision and leadership has been instrumental in path-breaking progress of STPI. Before joining STPI, he has been with Telecom Regulatory Authority of India since 2004. As advisory of TiE, he has worked on various subjects such as broadband, data security, and privacy issues, manufacturing, DTH, IPTV, TV broadcasting, and OTT. Prior to that, he has served the Government of India's Premier Technology Center, CDOT, in various capacities in 1997. So, sir, please, your address. Thank you.
Thank you, Archana. Good morning. Today's chief guest and Secretary to Government of India in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, S. Krishnanji, Joint Secretary in Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Sri Sushil Palji, Chairman TiE Delhi-NCR and co-founder Indian Angel Network, Dr. Saurav Srivastavji, co-founder Indian Technologies and President TiE Delhi, Sri Alok Mittalji, Prem, Managing Partner Pontech, Executive Vice President Investor Relations, Sri Ashok Singhji, my colleague Manjusa, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to heartily welcome each and everybody sitting in this room. Just to brief why we have curated this program. In fact, last year we launched a program called Building the Next Unicorn, Mission to USA. And this program has three-tier approach. We have conducted pitching session across the country. We have covered 10 states. We selected a startup which has potential to global. Then we have National Conclave here in Delhi, which has been inaugurated by Cabinet Minister sometime, I think in November 2022 itself. Then those 33 startups which has been selected from National Conclave, they visited USA. 29 startups went physically and 4 have joined pitch session virtually. Investor from USA appreciated the very basic problem-solving approach displayed by the startups for social cause and shows their inclination for future tie-ups. Though objective of that very startup initiative got fulfilled, but we found somewhere when I visited USA, later part, which is sometime in May, and I met a lot of investors there. They told though we got very good problem-solving approach by the startups. They have a lot of energy, their ideas are good, but anyhow, those 25 startups could not get attraction, they could not get any lead, just perhaps they need more mentorship. They are generally from tier 2, tier 3 cities. And something which is lacking is mentorship. And that is precisely the reason we have curated this program, which is focused on two things. One is more on mentorship and another is co-investment. Further to brief, we have launched a program called Next Generation Incubation Scheme, which is meant for tier 2, tier 3 cities. 12 cities, this program is being run by STPI. Here we have programs called Chunotis. We select through Open Challenge program various startups. Then we fund through a fund manager 25 lakh rupees to each startup. Further invested follow-on fund by our fund manager. And this scheme we are running since around 2 years. To make that scheme very and more useful for the startup, we are going to launch this program. It is called Leap Ahead. Before telling more about the Leap Ahead, let us see what the STPI strength is. We have 63 centers across the country. Out of those, 55 centers are in Tier 2, Tier 3 cities. We are running 22 domain-specific center for entrepreneurship, which is from AR, VR, artificial intelligence, blockchain, ESDM, IoT. These all 22 center for entrepreneurship is being run by STPI across the country, so that these domain-specific Center for Entrepreneurs has been created by MIT, so that not only that a startup gets benefit from their own idea, they also have good peer learning in their growth stage. This program Leaphead will benefit from the range of advantages, including master classes, group sessions, mentorship, and focus on essential areas like establishing a product market fit, customer adoption spectrum, growth hacking, business compliances, leadership recruitment, and fundraising. It is expected that around 75 plus startups to be mentored and made investment ready. Through this 3-month intensive mentoring program, and 15 plus startup to be provided funding support of up to rupees 1 crore in co-investment model. This will be a pan-India STPI initiative to select tech startups for high-quality mentorship, securing investment, and establishing global connections. This will be partnership by TiE Delhi-NCR, TiE Silicon Valley, and Badwani Foundation. Apart from this launch of this Leap Ahead program, we are also going to give award to some of the startup who has been selected in our program. Is called Build for Bharat, IoT Startup Challenge program, which has been run in collaboration with GeoThinks Private Limited. Apart from that, we have also made a report on the role of Digital India and opportunity ahead from startup to scale up. This report will also be launched today in this program. Today, with this inauguration of Leap Ahead initiative, I anticipate that technology startup will gain entry into the market, experience rapid growth, expand new regions, and diversify their product offerings. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I have to lower the mic, of course. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, Shri Arvind Kumarji, for this note of starting off this amazing conference. Now, of course, we have the Next Generation Incubation Scheme, or NGIS, which is a futuristic and comprehensive incubation scheme entrusted by MIT to STPI for implementation. NGIS has a vision to promote and support innovative startups working towards software product development, including embedded electronics, through a synergized pan-India approach. NGIS focuses on startups from 12 Tier 2 locations across India. NGIS offerings encompass the following: physical incentives, mentoring support, financial incentives. Let us look at NGIS role and achievements, and now I really request the panel here to play a video depicting the NGIS journey. Thank you so much. Please have a look and enjoy. It's for the future of things to come, so we can give another applause to this absolutely great initiative. Thank you very much for showcasing that. Definitely, it is something which is 360 degrees a look into the NGIS and its stellar achievements. I would now request Mr. Alok Mittal to address the audience. Mr. Alok Mittal is the co-founder for INDEFI, a platform for enabling debt financing for small businesses. He served as the president of Digital Lenders Association of India from 2017 to 18. He is also a very active angel investor, co-founder of Indian Angel Network, and currently president of TiE, the Indus Entrepreneurs Delhi-NCR. Please put your hands together and let's welcome Alok on the stage.
Thanks, everyone. Secretary Mr. Krishnan, J.S. Sushilji, Arvindji, my esteemed colleagues and partners from the startup ecosystem. It's an absolute honor to be here, and I'm very excited about the launch of this program. I think one thing that appeals to me really about this is how Arvindji described that STPI has done stuff in this area before, and last year we launched a program which, in some measure, was not successful. And I think that delights me. The spirit that something is not as successful as we wanted it to be, but we have the resilience to come back, reimagine this, and take another shot at it, I think is at the core of entrepreneurship. And I'm amazed to see that happen in the government system. As private sector entrepreneurs, we are used to failing and rising again. But if this is the kind of support that we can see come from STPI, from MITI, I think we will get this right. TiE itself has had the ethos of going and enabling ecosystems before they're ready. Globally, TiE started more than 30 years back, when the support for entrepreneurship globally was not as forthcoming, especially for Indian entrepreneurs globally, which was at that point an excluded audience. Today, we have 15,000 members across 56 chapters in 14 countries. 1999 is when TiE Delhi-NCR and TiE India was established. At that time, there was very little support for Indian entrepreneurs in India, especially the brand of entrepreneurs that we identify with today, that all of you represent and support. Today, we have 22 chapters in India. And it has been our inclination to keep going to sectors and geographies where there is meaningful ecosystem development role to be conducted. So again, this program ties in very well with what TiE stands for. As part of this, we will identify 75 companies that will go through a 3-month mentorship program. We've been running a venture studio format now for about 10 years, where we take entrepreneurs through this program and essentially help them as they build. It's a very much learn by doing philosophy. And while 75 entrepreneurs will benefit from them, and we are expecting 15 or so to get funded through that, as part of this initiative, we will also take the showcases themselves to 30 plus cities. Many of the cities that are supported by STPI, we will conduct 3 startup summits. So the spillover effects of this kind of a program go much beyond just the entrepreneurs that we will directly support. And at TiE Delhi-NCR, we feel privileged to have this opportunity of working with STPI in furthering this program. As I mentioned, we are 22 chapters of TiE in Delhi, in India. And to that extent, we are really bringing the collective power of all the chapters of TiE to bear in execution of this program. We hope this is start of a great collaboration. As I said, I'm sure we will stumble, but I'm sure we'll win. And India will be known not as a country with 3 or 4 startup hubs, but literally with dozens of startup hubs, and a place where aspirations of any entrepreneur, regardless of where they are based, regardless of which community or gender they come from, they have the adequate support to fulfill it. So thank you so much for providing us with this opportunity, and we look forward to the program.
I think that's a lot of things coming from TiE, and thank you, Alok, for also being here and this special address today. I now invite Dr. Saurabh Srivastava to deliver a special message to us. Dr. Saurabh Srivastava is one of India's leading entrepreneurs, investors, and institution builders. The President of India has awarded him the Padma Shri in recognition of his contribution to the creation of vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. And Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has presented him an award for his contribution to the Indian IT industry. He co-founded and chaired key institutions of modern India focused on IT and entrepreneurship, the IT industry body NASSCOM, India Venture Capital Association, TiE, and India Angel Network. So, Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, please, the mic is all yours. We all want to hear you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me well at the back? Yeah. Secretary Krishnan, Mr. Arvind Kumar, members on the dais and friends, thank you very much for calling me here today. And it is always a pleasure to be at any event which relates to STPI. And there's a reason for that. And I'll take you back because STPI has been involved in nurturing and supporting entrepreneurship now for over 3 decades. So most of us don't know, in '88, around the time that I co-founded NASSCOM, it used to take us over a year to get the necessary permissions to start a company. So Mr. Vittal, who came in as secretary of what was then METI and later the CVC, he had the vision of creating STPI. And he invited me and a few others, members from NASSCOM board, to design what STPI should be. And then he implemented it. Today, that industry, which was $55 million in '88, is $250 billion. STPI is the single most important reason. And I've continued to be involved with STPI, chairing, being chief mentor for many of centers of excellence. But the other thing I salute STPI for is with the software services industry, the original startup industry, having solved its issues, it reinvented itself to look at supporting entrepreneurship across a much wider range of technologies, products, all kinds of things. And it has been doing a phenomenal job. And so I'm delighted to be here for that reason. I'm also delighted to be here because, when you want a startup revolution, founders alone cannot do it. They need a supportive ecosystem. This is the reason why Silicon Valley is successful today. And that's what STPI has been doing. Over the last 7-8 years, the government has become very supportive and has done a slew of enabling policies, a fund of funds, many other things to create that ecosystem. But government alone cannot create that ecosystem. You need the private sector as well. And that's why I'm delighted that today STPI is tying up with TiE. TiE is another body that have been involved in from the time of its creation in Silicon Valley in 1992. We brought it to India in 2000. Alok and I co-founded TiE Delhi, which is now the star in the 60 chapters of TiE globally. Consistently wins the Best Chapter Award. And TiE is a unique methodology. It's based on the Indian old Guru Shishya tradition. Those of us who've been successful give our time, our money to mentor those who are not. And basically, we've created an ecosystem where we bring together a community of founders, investors, advisors, mentors, etc., and try to ensure that we give founders the tools, the knowledge, and access to the kind of resources they need to scale and grow. And I would say today that if there are 100,000 startups, from barely a few hundred 2 decades ago, TiE Delhi has had a role in it. And so I'm delighted with that partnership. And the third partnership I'm delighted about too is that with the Indian Angel Network. Because money, funding, is the lifeblood for startups. And yes, they have friends and family, they go through an incubation, but between there and a VC who would write them a $10 million check, there's a gap. You need organizations focused on angel investing, which may be 50 lakhs or 2 or 3 crores, and early stage VC funds who will then put in the 5 or 10 crores. And that's why I'm delighted that the Indian Angel Network, which is another body which Alok and I are co-founders on, which started in 2006 when there was no angel investing in India, is also become a partner of STPI. Because what you provide is not just money, but mentoring and market access. So these are people who've built successful companies, know the mistakes they've made. So apart from money, they put their time, they put their effort, they connect them to their own network of business partners and help companies scale and grow. So to my mind, what STPI is doing now is creating all the partnerships that creates a complete ecosystem and that would effectively encourage innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic growth. So I'm delighted to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Definitely we need a lot of learnings, and from that, I think we all learn in the ecosystem. We are so glad that a platform like this is coming up together, which is empowering so many entrepreneurs and the ecosystem for India to grow. That was a very beautiful start. To meet the growing demand of startups seeking additional funding opportunities, STPI, in collaboration with TiE Delhi-NCR, a global not-for-profit organization dedicated to fostering entrepreneurship and a prestigious group of investors, is launching Leap Ahead. Leap Ahead is launch for tech entrepreneurs towards accelerated growth and pioneering ahead, a pan-India initiative to select tech startups. This is a remarkable opportunity for startups to accelerate their growth. Indeed, some of the best funds across the country are collaborating as partners for this program in order to scout and fund some of the most high potential and path-breaking startups from across the country. I would now invite Mr. Ashok Singh, Executive Vice President, Investor Relations, Mumbai Angels, to share his thoughts. Just about Mr. Ashok Singh. He has 14 plus years of experience in financial services sector in India and Europe. He specializes in account management, business development, relationship management, client servicing, fundraising, and investor relations. Mr. Ashok Singh, please welcome and please share your note with the audience. Sorry? Yes. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
A very good morning, and firstly, thanks to STPI and TiE for having me here. I firmly believe that India currently is at the junction which China was 10 years back and what the Silicon Valley was 20 years back. And we are Mumbai Angels is very proud to partner with STPI for the Leap Ahead program. This is to kind of encourage and promote tech entrepreneurship in the country. Just to give you a little bit of background about Mumbai Angels, we are probably one of the oldest angel investing platforms in the country. We started in 2006. We invest in early stage ventures, typically companies looking to raise anywhere between 1 CR to 3 CR. Most of them would have a tech element because those are easier to scale up. Our portfolio currently consists of over 230 early stage investments, and we've got over 100 exits, composite IRR of 37% and 2 unicorns in our portfolio. I think with this partnership with STPI for the Leap Ahead program, we want to kind of commit to foster entrepreneurship and the growth of the overall ecosystem. I think STPI has done a brilliant job in getting together almost all the key players within the ecosystem and some of the ways how they can help startups across the country. I think it's a very common question which I get from a lot of folks. What's the most critical thing a startup requires to succeed? I think the simple term is access. So one is, of course, access to capital. Secondly is access to mentorship. Then it's access to market. So, and then lastly, access to infrastructure and talent. I think through this program, STPI, along with all my peers in the industry, have managed to formulate this. So I'm very glad to be a part of this and looking forward to the next 10 years of growth within the startup ecosystem in the country. Thank you so much.
I think that was a wonderful sum up of providing access, and I think we all know that this is going to be so important for the startup ecosystem. So thank you so much, Ashok, again. I would now request Mr. Prem Bharathasarathy, Managing Partner, Pontac Ventures Limited, to come on the stage and of course give us a note of his thoughts on it. Just to tell you all about Mr. Prem Bharathasarathy, he founded Pontac, the first UK-India innovation fund in history to cross-pollinate technology between UK and India. He defined and executed the overall strategy for Pontac I, that is technology transfer from UK to India and vice versa. Prem has fostered partnerships with many private organizations and governments and has been instrumental in Pontac's expansion into India and US. So welcome, Prem. We'll be wanting to hear from you. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the dais, investors, potential portfolio companies, existing portfolio companies, welcome. Mankind is a very unique race. A race which is on a constant race to become the next big thing. Now, let me give an example. Centuries ago, we traded rice, wheat, black pepper as a barter system. But then how do you value one commodity with the other? That led to the generation of coins. They made their foray in, and long before money started losing its value, the coins started adding weight into our pockets. Then came the next evolution, currency in the form of paper, counterfeit notes. As a problem, we evolved to plastic currency, digital wallets, and finally now crypto. So what's important about this transition or this next big thing race is that with every passing moment, mankind was moved to the next phase through innovation at that point in time. Innovation that was prevalent and was relevant at that point in time. Mankind today is in its next stage of evolution, what we call a radical evolution. This radical evolution is delivering progression at pace, is trying to preserve the problems of this very progression that mankind is creating. And at the same time, it's also embracing equality between the people across the world so that we don't have anybody left behind in this race. Now, to put things in context, let's talk about progression. Progression in the field of healthcare. Imagine you are able to diagnose, screen, and predict 110 diseases with 99.3% accuracy in less than 1 minute. Do we have Africus? Anybody from Africus here? That's one of STPI's portfolio companies under the NGIS program. And that company has not only done that, they've also been able to, they do need kudos, yes. Also been able to identify 4,000 people in the remote tribal villages of India who actually had pulmonary heart disease in less than 2 weeks, screening 10,000 people. That is one of the successes of this program. Again, progression in the field of education. Do we have learning matters here? There you go, Gauri is there. India has got 650,000 villages. 800 million people live in villages, which requires consistent training, consistent education. Now, again, with the global demand for workforce from India being one of the youngest countries in the world, there's a consistent requirement for English. So how do you train English to the students and more so the teachers? Alexa teaches, thanks to Learning Matters, they've been able to identify and train 60,000 students from across the country, and now they're expanding into various states, state by state, working with skill development centers as they move forward. And notwithstanding that, they also have imminent conversations across borders with other developing nations where there is an opportunity to train them. So India for the world. We spoke about progression. Next is preservation. Mankind wanted to preserve water. We built dams. We also wanted to travel and reduce the distance of travel, reduce the time of travel. So what we did, we built over-the-river bridges. But who actually preserves these bridges? Who actually surveys these bridges? Let's not forget, India has got 5,000 dams and 145,000 bridges. Most of it is age old. And to put things in context, in the last 4 decades, pre-2017, the total number of bridges that has collapsed in India alone is 2,314. Thanks to Biswajit sitting there, my good friend from Croatia Technologies, they are one of the 3 in India who are actually doing underwater unmanned surveillance, and I'm proud to say they've actually saved lives, real lives. And we all wanted to go electric. But with electricity and going electric comes the next, in my opinion, next largest form of toxicity, which is batteries. How are we going to preserve batteries? How are we going to kind of ensure they're dissipated properly? Thanks to Nexus Power, a company which NGIS has founded, which has actually been able to leverage the crop residue coming out of rice and wheat and high-protein crops to be able to create biodegradable batteries. Now, hopefully, when it is all fully commercialized, now they're pre-revenue, moving on to revenue, fully commercialized, when most of us walk out of the Delhi airport, we'll be able to see Delhi signboard, hopefully. But then comes inclusivity. There are 400+ million people across the world who are born deaf and dumb. It's not about them integrating with us, it's about we integrating with them. That is very important. So think about Deep Vision, another portfolio company with NGIS founded, or NGIS funded, which is nothing but a Google translator to translate, I beg your pardon, sign language to text and speech and vice versa. In not very far world, we should be in a position to actually communicate with those people over a Zoom call using sign language with them, and we talk the normal language. At the same time, they will also get to potentially be able to enjoy the Amazon Prime and Netflix of this world by just a click of a button and the avatars pop up. This is what this program is all about, but these are just snippets of tangible innovations that has been sourced from within the country. However, discovering what I call innovators or enablers of this radical transition across the country, when you have 750 plus districts, is no mean feat, right? And how do you do that? That's a mammoth task that STPI has embarked, and that's what they've delivered. To put things in context, you're talking about 6,000 plus applications across the country from across various states, scrutinized, left, right, and center, sleepless nights. And of that, the investments have actually gone into 23 states out of India. That's a mammoth effort in 2 years. And not only that, we spoke about, in the previous meeting, we spoke about bringing in women entrepreneurs from various parts of India. The program has actually helped 30 to 35% of these people come in, and it has been founded. So these are some of the examples, notwithstanding the other success criteria that the success metrics this particular program has delivered. So that is all passed. STPI now is, just like mankind, is on a radical transition. It is leaping to the next stage. It is providing the platform for investors and also innovators like yourself to pronounce a leap of faith and get in there to do the magic, get in there to deliver value to mankind. And I promise we will join with you along the way to deliver value for you, deliver value for mankind as we progress. And before I conclude, as they say, a one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Let's do this together, advance mankind. Together we win, together we grow. Thank you. Jai Hind.
I think that was very deep and meaningful, because I don't think that we can exist without sustainability and being inclusive at all now. And I'm glad that forums such as this are highlighting the importance of, in fact, going back to basics, going back to the soil. So thank you, Prem. That was really enriching, and it really covered points which entrepreneurs of today can enable the ecosystem to be together in the phase. Thanks for that. I think the time has come when I want to invite some of the investor partners who are here today to join us on the stage for exchange of MOUs. And would like to invite Dr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI, and Gitika Dayal as Executive Director, TiE Delhi-NCR, please, to come on the stage. Round of applause for them, of course. And I will be inviting Mr. Manish Srivastava, Alpha Value Ventures, to come on the stage for the MOU. Mr. Manish Srivastava, Alpha Value Ventures. As they will be doing the MOU, we will all cheer for them, and this is very important. Now I'll invite Ms. Seema Chaturvedi, AWE Fund. Let's please invite Seema Chaturvedi, AWE Fund, please. Please clap for her and encourage this MOU signing. Let's clap again. Mr. Pankaj Thakkar, Pad Up Ventures, please come up on the stage. Mr. Pankaj Thakkar, Pad Up Ventures. We can clap for him, please. Thank you. Mr. Girish Shivani, Your Nest VC Fund, please come up on this stage. We can clap for him, please. Thank you. Fantastic. Apurva Benival, She Capital. Apurva Benival, She Capital. Do we have Apurva here? Okay, maybe we can move. May I now request Dr. Devesh Tyagi to continue to be on the stage, as I now invite Mr. Ashok Singh, Mumbai Angels. Mr. Ashok Singh, Mumbai Angels. Thank you. Dr. Vishal, BioRx Venture. Oh, sorry, this is continue. Sorry, okay. Dr. Vishal, BioRx Venture. Mr. Amol Majumdar, Redif India. Mr. Amol Majumdar, Redif India. Welcome, sir. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Other funds and partners who are not here are also being announced today, and the MOU shall be signed in exchange during the upcoming summits. 100X VC. We can keep clapping for them, though they are not here, but we can clap for them. 100X VC, Chandigarh Angels Network, Z20 Studio, Anicut Capital, B Capital Group, FAD Network, TiE Silicon Valley. So thank you, investors. What a powerful and promising start to the path-breaking program. One round of applause for everybody, okay? Thank you. All right. So, and now we all have to release the STPI's Knowledge Up series report, From Startup to Scale Up, the Role of Digital India and Opportunities Ahead. Fifth report of the STPI Knowledge Up series. STPI Knowledge Up series is a significant step towards addressing the knowledge-related need for the startups. But before the report, let's see an audio-visual curtain raiser for the report. This definitely needs more energy because there is so much coming, right? So I think let's put some energy together because I think this is the start of things to happen. So now that we want to release the report today with the dignitaries on dais, which Shri Parneet Singhal, Director One Lattice, and Shri Subodh Sachan, Director Innovations and Startups, STPI, on dais, please. Thank you so much. I am sure these knowledge reports shall serve as valuable resources for startups, helping them gain a competitive edge, make informed decisions, attract investments, and navigate their industry landscape with confidence. By leveraging the insights and information of these reports, startups can optimize their strategies, accelerate growth, and increase their chances of success. So with that powerful one, I now invite our guest of honor, Shri Sushil Pal, to address the audience, please. I would request Sir to come on the stage.
Good morning, Secretary Sir, who is the chief guest for today's event, DG STPI, Mr. Arvind Kumar, Alok Mittal, co-founder INDIFI, President TiE Delhi-NCR, Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, the Chairman Emeritus Delhi-NCR, and fellow investor partners, ladies and gentlemen. I would begin by congratulating STPI for organizing this Leap Ahead Summit, which is a part of the NGIS scheme as such, and specifically tailored to cater to those startups, which are in a growth stage or in a scaling stage, and which are looking to diversify to a larger geographical boundary, and it's tailored to provide a very structured and a high-quality mentorship program for the next 3 months to connect them globally. STPI, as we all know, as has been mentioned earlier by speakers, has been playing a very instrumental and pivotal role in IT and ITS export, and has, with the changing time, has metamorphosed into a new role and has emerged as a champion for establishing the startup ecosystem in the country. And rightly so, with its 63 centers, 55 in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, 22 COAs in various emerging startup areas. Our startup has been a great success story for our country, and we have seen exponential growth in the last 7-8 years, and a manifold increase in number of investors, number of incubators, number of startups who have been able to raise fund. And we have more than 100,000 startups, roughly 108 or 110 unicorns. And what is remarkable is that at a time when we had roughly 1 unicorn coming up in the year 2016-17, we had almost 11 unicorns in 2020, 44 unicorns in 2021, and 22 unicorns in 2022. So this remarkable shift has come because of the various interventions taken by government as such, by establishment of the various digital public infrastructures which government has created through its policy interventions, which provide the digital ID platform, enabling the authentication online and doing it remotely, making customer acquisition very easy and also very cost effective, and also enabling various the platform for payments. So what is significant is that 70% of these unicorns have been added in the last 3 years, but then we are not looking at these 110 unicorns, we are looking at many of those thousands of other startups which are very close to become unicorns. As they say, for every Mozart that that comes out with a big splash early, there are hundreds back which are ascending slowly and will be blooming a bit late though, but they'll be blooming definitely. So we are looking at 100 of those startups like you, which will be emerging as the unicorns in the coming years. And another which is interesting point is that what we have achieved today is largely because of the focus in the tier 1 towns, to name Delhi, Pune, Bangalore, Hyderabad, and all, maybe 5-6 towns. And our focus or the success story from the tier 2 and tier 3 town is yet to emerge completely, although it's slowly building up. And as this ecosystem has many challenges, as has been pointed out by various speakers, like access to funding, to the mentorship, etc., regulatory challenges, product to market fit, customer identification, and our MATI with its interventions, with its scheme, keeps on or try to address to overcome these challenges. NGIS is one of the such incentive wherein 25 lakh of seed funding is provided. And what I saw that the STPI is implementing NGIS through its 12 centers in tier 2, and they have 55 centers in tier 2 towns. And I sincerely hope that this scheme will spread to the rest of the 55 minus 12 centers, and if this scale up, this scheme has to actually go to the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. We have another scheme called Genesis, which is also focused specifically for tier 2 and tier 3 cities, roughly 500 crore for 5 years, which also provides for the paid up capital as well as the follow-on funding for amount up to 40 to 50 lakh. And I'm happy to note that the 18 startups have been given funding support today for roughly 5.6 crore, and we sincerely hope that they would benefit from the Leap Ahead program, and our funding manager for the NGIS, Pontac, would be making sure that the additional funding for those startups are provided timely. With that, I would wish STPI a huge success for this Leap Ahead initiative, and I'm sure this would provide a new learning into customizing or customizing incentives, customizing the interventions for the various categories or for the various levels of the startups. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. We are now thrilled to facilitate the winners of Build for Bharat IoT Challenge, a joint initiative launched earlier by STPI and GeoThings Private Limited to encourage the startups to brainstorm, design, and build the next generation consumer business-centric innovative solutions for the next billion. For that, I would like to invite Ms. Vishakha Sehgal, Vice President and Head Strategic Initiatives, Regulatory Policy and Research, GeoThings Limited, and team JTL, along with Jurisdictional Director, STPI Bangalore, and CEO IoT Open Lab, CEO Shri Shailendra Tyagiji, on stage. So let's welcome them with a round of applause. And so it's time for some winnings here. We'll request Ms. Vishakha to give out the checks. To the second runner-up first, Casper Tech Innovations Private Limited from Bikaner, Rajasthan. Please come on the stage. Please give them a huge round of applause because they've been winning this. So absolutely stunning. Thank you. Now I invite the first runner-up, Embel Technologies Private Limited from Pune, Maharashtra, to come on the stage, please. We can give them more energy, I'm sure. I mean, this is huge for them, and I'm sure that we can clap for them. As you can see, it is a beautiful check being given. And now the winner, Build for Bharat Challenge, Tranquility IoT and Big Data Solutions Private Limited from Kerala. They received the check as well. So congratulations to all the 3 winners here who were chosen after a multi-tier selection process of more than 95 applications. So this is commendable. During the challenge, 20 shortlisted startups were also extended to support and evolve the solution technically, included enabling them for the IoT starter kits, tools, and platform access. So one more round of applause for them, and then we start. It's the time to come to the moment we all have waited. It's for the launch of Leap Ahead by our secretary, Meti, and dignitaries. Just to tell you what Leap Ahead is, it is an accelerated program. I'm sorry, just one moment. I have to read it again. Just one moment, please. All right. So just the Leap Ahead program is the launchpad for tech entrepreneur towards accelerated growth and pioneering ahead, a pan-India initiative to select tech startups. This is a remarkable opportunity for startups to accelerate their growth. Some of the best funds across the country are collaborating as partners for this program in order to scout and fund some of the most high potential and path-breaking startups across the country. May I now request the keynote speaker, Chief Guest Shri S. Krishnan, to come on the stage, please. Thank you to talk about the Leap Ahead program. To launch the Leap Ahead program, sorry. There is a video that we must watch to get exactly what the program is all about. So please, on the screen. Thanks, and that promises to be a shot in the arm for young founders innovating for tomorrow. Let me please invite our keynote address by Chief Guest S. Krishnanji to come here, please, and deliver the note. Thank you so much.
Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General, STPI, Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, Chairman Emeritus of TiE Delhi-NCR and co-founder of the India Angel Network, my colleague in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Mr. Sushil Pal, Shri Alok Mittal, co-founder of Indifi Technologies and TiE Delhi-NCR, Mr. Ashok Singh, Executive Vice President, Mumbai Angels, Mr. Prem Bhartasarathi, Managing Partner of Pontrac Ventures India, LLP, Ms. Manjusha Chaurasia, again my colleague in the ministry. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to participate in this grand event that STPI has put together this morning. Very timely in terms of emphasizing both the opportunities that lie for entrepreneurship in India, the possibilities of using technology, building on technology, and the manner in which it can contribute to society at large. Today you heard from Dr. Saurabh Srivastav where all this began. Sometimes it's very important to look back to figure out where things began and what the transformation is. If STPI is in a position to support activities of this nature today, it is because of the way it was envisaged and the opportunities that it has created for itself. Equally important is the fact that as things change, as the economy changes, as the nature of the businesses in which they can be involved in changes, there needs to be a change in the role of STPI as well. Today, India is no longer known as a BPO destination or as an outsourcing destination alone. Today, it is known as a destination, which is where we started with STPI. Today, we've evolved from that stage into a place where there are global capability centers, there are R&D centers, there are engineering development centers. We've moved up the value chain. And there are a large number of entrepreneurs who can actually take advantage of all the work that has gone before to build on it. Mr. Prem Bhartasarathi outlined the possibilities, what some of the companies have actually done and delivered, and the difference that they are able to make to society. The report which has been released today talks about the opportunities that Digital India provides for entrepreneurs. What are the opportunities that can be used by entrepreneurs, can be leveraged by entrepreneurs, on the one hand to build a successful business, and on the other hand to deliver a major service. India stands as the leader in digital public infrastructure across the world. And that digital public infrastructure can now be used in multiple ways by entrepreneurs and others to actually build successful enterprises. India Stack is a valuable example of that. This is available for many of you to build on. And while we support technology startups, while we support entrepreneurs in the technology space, technology supports everything else. A real-world business in agriculture, a business in healthcare, a business in education, a business in manufacturing, all of those can be supported by technology today. And the combination of what is available at scale in India is something that we can grow with. But today's event also emphasizes another very important element, which is that the benefits that we have seen accrue to students, the youth living in larger cities, metropolitan cities, needs to really grow into the rest of India's vast hinterland. The Next Generation Innovation Scheme, NGIS, is oriented to take this program to Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. 12 such entrepreneurial hubs are being promoted by STPI, and some of them today will receive during the course of today their investment support. Why is this important? Sometimes we don't realize the scale that is India. We are so unused to the idea of scale. We live here, so we figure that, this is the way the rest of the world is. But you should realize that, we are the most populous nation in the world. A large Indian state is larger than many countries. Each state is the size of a large European state. Our state next door, Uttar Pradesh, is larger, is probably the 5th largest country in the world. So the scale is tremendous. If it were a country, it would be the 5th largest. The scale is tremendous. So the opportunities are also endless. And you have youth in smaller cities who have the hunger to do more and achieve more. And that is the hunger and that is the fire in the belly that we really need to build on. And I think more than anything else, that is the message from today's event, to actually take it to the second and third tier cities. I've seen the startup move evolve. Everyone talks about the energy in Bengaluru. Everyone talks about how it's an international destination. Many of you present here today represent venture capital funds, represent angel investors. My request to you is go beyond that, because startups get started up somewhere else and gravitate towards the place where the venture capitalists are, because that's where they find the best opportunity to make their pitch and raise money. On the other hand, if the providers of capital fan out throughout the territory of India, look at different locations, look at the energy that is there, look at the hunger that is there, and look at the kind of enterprises that come up in those locations, not only will you find far better opportunities, far better enterprises, newer and more innovative enterprises to invest in, you will also, so it is on the one hand a great investment opportunity for you. Equally, on the other hand, it is a larger service that you'd be doing to not just India, but the rest of the world as well, because some of the finest enterprises would actually come up at those locations. So I would urge all the investors who are present here today, and I thank you for having turned out in such large numbers, to look at this opportunity. And the other element that I would just like to leave with you is, many of you are prospective mentors. Many of you have led successful businesses. Many of you have yourselves assisted others to go up or have been successful in yourself. You may not even want to make an investment in terms of money, in terms of capital. But if you can make an investment in terms of time and mentor many of the newer age businesses which are coming up at smaller locations, identify friends and others from your network who can enable this mentoring to take place, that would be another signal contribution that you can make. Because oftentimes, successful businesses basically need somebody to handhold them in the early stages, to walk them through the baby steps that they take and make sure that they are successful. As far as the government is concerned, our basic objective is to spread this social objective of ensuring that entrepreneurship spreads across the country, spreads to excluded areas, spreads amongst excluded groups and communities, so that everyone is able to participate. Greater inclusion is our main objective. We would like to see more women come up as entrepreneurs. We would like to see more vulnerable sections of the population come up as entrepreneurs. We would like to see more people from tier 2, tier 3 and remoter parts of the country come up as entrepreneurs. And that is where our partnership can really work for the greater good of the country. Having said this, let me once again congratulate STPI, which within the organizations that function in TiE is well poised to create this opportunity. It has 63 centers across the country. In 22 of them, they have centers of entrepreneurship. We will look to expand that further, and through programs like this, we will certainly look to take the message of entrepreneurship, which in itself will lead to significantly greater growth for the country and make India a leading player using and leapfrogging on technology, on the advantages that India has in terms of technology. And this would probably be the opportunity and the wave that we need to ride to truly make India a developed nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I think what you said really stayed with me, that from agriculture to Chandrayaan, technology helps us all the way. But to empower each other, we need more humans. So let's empower, let's be more inclusive. Thank you for mentioning that we need more women on the stage. So I would like to invite Ms. Manjusha Chaurasia ji, please, to come on the stage and give your word of thanks and speak to us. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and dignitaries present on the dais. Today, we are gathered here to celebrate entrepreneurship, innovation, and the boundless potential that the startup have. I stand before you with a heartfelt gratitude and the sense of immense privilege. I am honored to get the opportunity to present vote of thanks on this auspicious occasion. First and foremost, I would like to thank Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri S. Krishnan sir, for blessing the event with his august presence. Sir, your insight and experience sharing have been invaluable for us. We are inspired by your great words. Today, we are definitely moving from best outsourcing destination to the technology creators. We are building the technology. We are using the technology for the societal goods. So thank you very much, sir. I would like to express our sincere thanks to Joint Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Shri Sushil Pal sir, for overall support and guidance, without which it would be difficult to bring all the stakeholders together. Sir, we would look forward for your continuous support for all our future endeavors. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Shri Arvind Kumar, Director General STPI, and our team in STPI, Subodh sir, Amit ji, and all who are directly or indirectly involved in organizing this event and in our overall startup support ecosystem. It is their tireless efforts, meticulous planning, and unwavering commitment which has made the summit possible. Your hard work and commitment need special mention, sir. I'm thankful to Dr. Saurabh Srivastava, Chairman Emeritus, TiE Delhi-NCR, and co-founder, Indian Angel Network. Sir, your support is instrumental for the growth of startups. Sir was always present whenever we required him. He was throughout supportive in policy making and all. Since the STPI was made, he was there with us, with the government, for all the initiative. He is an expert available to us. So thank you very much, sir. I would like to express my gratitude towards Shri Alok Mittal, co-founder in Defeat Technologies and President TiE Delhi-NCR, for support. and inclination for going through the sectors and various geographies. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank our investors partner, Shri Alok Singh, Executive Vice President, Investors Relations Mumbai Angels, and Shri Prem Barthasarthi, Managing Partner, Pontec Venture India LLP, for support to the startup in raising the external funds. And Premji, I expect that our rest of the startup will get the follow-on funding soon. So thank you very much, sir, for your support and business growth. I'm grateful to TiE Delhi-NCR chapter for organizing the event. I'm grateful to all the participating startups, which are crucial pillar to the Indian economy. You are the key drivers of innovation, job creation, and economic and societal growth of the country. So keep innovating, dream, and discover. In the closing, I would like to thank all the participants. I want to emphasize that it is the collective effort, support, and participation that had made this startup event and overall creating the holistic ecosystem across the country possible. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and this definitely calls for a token of thanks. So may I please request Shri Arvind Kumar ji to give the token of thanks to Shri S. Krishnan, our chief guest. Thank you very much, sir. I mean, this was a great launch and a great initiative. So let's give a huge round of applause for having established such a beautiful and eventful launch today. Now I request Ms. Gitika Dayal to give the token of thanks to everybody else who are present here as dignitaries and special guests for us. Thank you very much. I hope everybody will not only participate but also spread the word and take this as a memento of carrying it forward to all the founders and an opportunity to participate in this initiative. So with a huge thanks to everybody who is here today, this event has been very, very successful. Thank you for clapping for everybody and saying your bit of thanks for everybody, so that will be huge for them as well. Can we clap for them, please? Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. So thank you. This was very eventful, and we appreciate your attention. This is tea break for 15 minutes. Because we also care for your time, and the event started a bit late, so the tea break is only for 15 minutes. Please come back for a very impressive round of panel discussions lined up. So please don't go away. The tea is available at the back of the event hall itself. So please do come back in 15 minutes, okay? Thank you. More time, so let's get started. I'm sure there is exciting round of panel discussions which we still have. Welcome back, everybody. We'll request you to come back to your seats, grab your cup of coffee, get your tea with you, and let's get started. Be seated. Arvind sir, Saurabh sir, can we be seated? Okay, everybody, so we are starting right now. Leap Ahead, the Launchpad for tech entrepreneurs towards accelerated growth and pioneering ahead, is a pan-India initiative to select tech startups. This is a remarkable opportunity for startups to accelerate their growth. We have some absolutely power-packed, full of insight sessions to give us a glimpse of what the program has in store for us. We begin a panel discussion on path to a product-oriented nation. Join the conversation that's shaping the nation's future through innovation, entrepreneurship, and transformative products. May I invite upon stage Mr. Nihar Ranjan, CEO, Eco-Nurture Consulting India Private Limited, NGIS Mentor. Can we give him a round of applause? Mr. Nihar Ranjan, please. Welcome. Mr. Atul Bharat, Group Director, Acropolis Group of Institutes, NGIS Mentor. Thank you, Atul, for joining us on the stage. Mr. Himanshu Agrawal, founder, Skoojlink, a private limited NGIS funded startup again. Wow, that's commendable. Welcome. Commander Subhash Datta, COO, SecureTech IT Solutions Private Limited, NGIS funded startup. Welcome, welcome, sir. Girish Shivani, Executive Director and Fund Manager, Your Nest VC Fund. Mr. Girish, can we show some energy to the panelists, please? Because there is a huge learning which will come from this panel to us, and thank you for inviting them on stage. Vaishali Sagar, Lead Startups and Sustainability, AWS. Thank you for being the woman on the table. And Jaswinder Singulati, co-founder, now Floats and founder, Digital Desh and Full Stack Capital, who's chairing this. So with a huge, huge round of welcoming everybody, this is a panel discussion on, chaired by sir who's already here, Mr. Jaswinder Singulati.
Thank you. Let's ask the people at the back to come right in front, or enough time for conversations in a minute? Because हमारे जो panel होते हैं ना बहुत अच्छे होते हैं. I set my own self for higher expectations so that I can become better. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to move a little this side so that I can see all of you. You know, what a diverse set of people. We have somebody who's from Bastar all the way, and somebody who's a Navy commander, somebody who's part of a very large company, somebody who's been consulting and doing all sorts of things in the product world. And then we have someone who's helping, you know, schools and rural education come up. And just the beautiful, you know, set of people here. And Girish, of course, whom I've known for so many years, an investor since 12 years now, and you know, calling it Your Nest, which is essentially what all entrepreneurs and founders are need to go forward. Our topic today is a very interesting one. It's something which I think we've discussed multiple times. I'm going to request again to the people at the back that the amount of sound we are getting from the back. Yeah, can we just not, because yeah, the sound is just very high, and I apologize. Either you can take your conversations out, and that's encouraged. Thank you. I still haven't received that kind of, that's okay. So, you know, Product Nation, and if you notice, you know, and I was telling them one of the excuses I got late this morning is because of the breakfast at my house where we were, you know, we started Product Nation kuch 15-12 saal pehle. That's when we thought of this idea of India, you know, getting its shackles of IT industry little bit behind, though it's nurtured us. Let's not deny that. It's nurtured us, it's become. But I'm going to go one by one and ask you first to introduce yourself one by one, and then I'm going to ask specific questions. But we want to go one by Atul, I'll start with you. Start with you. Small, tiny introduction. It should be not more than 2 sentences, but give me your quick view कि देश हमारा product nation कैसे बन सकता है.
Thank you. I am Atul, and I come from a remote place called Bastar, and I'm presently based at Indore. I am an entrepreneurship educator from Stanford, and I am Bangalore and ISB Hyderabad, and an entrepreneurship educator also. And I started entrepreneurship journey as a mentor and educator when my mother said that entrepreneurship is not everybody's ball game.
Yes.
So I started teaching kids to go and innovate in entrepreneurship way back in 2006.
And where was this?
Indore.
Wow, Indore.
And initially I founded Indore Entrepreneur Network in 2007-8 from 3 of my students coming back from their job and starting something. And it grown up to a level of 450 startups, mentoring as a support center. भारत की अपन बात करें तो इंडिया इज़ एन इनोवेटिव नेशन. प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हम हमारे बच्चे की आइडेंटिटी घर में ही बिगाड़ देते हैं.
ये तो बहुत लंबा टॉपिक हो गया अब
तो हम उसको वाई पूछने का अधिकार ही नहीं देते. इसीलिए हम प्रोडक्ट डेवलप नेशन नहीं है. हम पुश्तों से हजारों साल से नौकरशाही में बड़े हुए.
ठीक.
और हम अपने बच्चों से ये पूछते हैं कि तुम क्या बनोगे. हम उससे कभी ये नहीं पूछते कि तुम क्या बनाओगे. तो जब हम ही नहीं पूछते कि तुम क्या बनाओगे,
this does require claps.
जब हम ही नहीं पूछते कि तुम क्या बनाओगे तो भारत प्रोडक्ट नेशन कैसे बनेगा.
You know, I have and I'm sorry if I'm interrupting some of you guys, this is a topic very close to my heart. You know, Sanjeev Sanyal, I was hosting him yesterday. He's the economic advisor to the Prime Minister. I was hosting him at Slush day before yesterday. Closing keynote था. उनका एक शब्द है, एक phrase है, मैं बहुत, I love that phrase of Sanjeev Sanyal. He says we are in a civilizational confidence. तो क्या लगता है कि हमारे अभी जो नए माता पिता हैं, let's say somebody who's 30-year-old today, or even let's say a parent of 35-year-old, I'm sorry, you look young, Vishali, you are young, but let's say the other of us look somewhat older. आपको लगता नहीं है कि ये next generation के जो parents हैं, तो हमें 5 साल और सहम जाना चाहिए before the next generation really comes up and says, I am ready to change the world. Is that something which is coming?
See, we are going to have more than 22 million alpha generation in next 2 years.
Volume करिए ऊपर.
And this alpha generation is going to give a challenge to all the generations back. And this alpha and us have a very huge digital gap. We say we are digital people, but this alpha generation is going to make that gap more bigger. And there the challenge starts when we have to understand this alpha generation which is coming up.
Right.
They are enough matured, they are enough innovative, they are enough creative. And they know and they ask today's parent why we should do this.
Lovely. Now I like what you've already said. Vishali, coming to you.
Hi, thank you so much for the time and STPI for inviting us. I'm Vaishali. I lead the Charter for Startups and Sustainability in India for AWS, where we focus on founders and startups who are building for public sector. When I mean public sector, we're talking about government in both state and central government initiatives and PSUs as well, which is something I'd want to maybe delve into as we go during the discussion. Just adding up to what we discussed from Alokji, I think the resources that we currently have for us to become part to product nation, we just have to maybe realize the potential of it. As we call youth is used less, we're actually used less. And I think that's how we'll have to maybe look at developing a product nation and leveraging more of resources that we have, looking forward for more.
Lovely. Girish?
Yeah, hi. My name is Girish Shivani. I am one of the founding partners at Your Nest Venture Capital. We are a deep tech fund based out of Gurgaon. We are, the entire product nation thesis is very close to our heart. We've looked at close to 22,000 opportunities in the last 12 years. And we are today investors in about 30 of them. And close to 80% of them are actually products that have been built out of this country. Within the portfolio, we own about 70 patents, another 20, maybe 25 to be filed in the next 18 to 24 months more. So that's how sharply we are focused on the product thesis. And I think the next $1 trillion opportunity out of India is actually going to be how technology moats are being built around the products that some of our founders are taking out to the world. And that's how we think this entire thesis is going to pan out over the next couple of decades.
Lovely, lovely. Commander, sir, first of all, fighting people in the waters, the high seas, and then, thinking about a product nation, I would love to hear that.
Yes, absolutely. Taking on from that, I trained as a surface warfare specialist in the Indian Navy. So the world of IT, where I am presently now, and cybersecurity, they're miles apart.
Yes.
So from this, what I want to instill in the audience is that do not look at what is it that I can do. Just look at what needs to be done, and then develop your capability, develop your abilities to do that aspect, and then go forward and do it. The first step, obviously, is the most difficult step, but then thereafter the journey becomes smoother as you go on that journey. Keep your focus, keep your aim absolutely clear, and definitely you will achieve the goals that you have set for yourself.
Lovely. Nihar, again, somebody whom I've known for some time and seen your journey. Go ahead, tell us about yourself.
And after working for almost 20 years with the companies like Infosys, Microsoft, where Jez and I were colleagues, I ventured into IT consulting. But then as the startup space was growing, I'm also a co-founder for a tech company called TravelXec, We provide group travel solutions to the large travel conglomerates like Thomas Cook, SOTC. So almost 67% of, so that's what we have achieved in last 6 to 7 years.
Lovely.
Thank you.
Himanshu Skooglink.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Himanshu. I completed my BTech from IIT Kanpur in the year 2000. I'm the founder and CEO at Skooglink. Our mission is to provide affordable and quality education using a hybrid tech. My journey has crossed from working into core compilers technology, where we work with designs from AMD, which would take 24 hours to compile, and tweaking compiler code to bring it down to 5 minutes. Then moved to international marketing and sales, and now working on rural education. Why India has to be a product nation? Because India आज सिर्फ India नहीं है, India भारत भी है. आप उसको India 2 बोल सकते हैं, India 3 बोल सकते हैं. Since I am in the education sector, मैं education sector का ये example आपको एक data point देता हूँ. भारत में 15 लाख स्कूल हैं, जिसमें से 85% स्कूल आज रूरल इंडिया में हैं. भारत में 26.5 करोड़ बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं, जिसमें से 90% बच्चे वर्नाकुलर स्टेट बोर्ड स्कूल्स में पढ़ते हैं. इन 15 लाख स्कूल्स में से 10.5 लाख स्कूल गवर्नमेंट स्कूल्स हैं, जिसमें से 1 लाख ऐसे स्कूल्स हैं जो सिंगल टीचर स्कूल हैं. एक टीचर सारे सब्जेक्ट सारे ग्रेड्स पढ़ाते हैं. अभी एक वीडियो वायरल हुआ था, बिहार स्टेट में एक स्कूल है जहाँ पे 5 स्कूल के बच्चे एक ही क्लास में बैठ के साथ में पढ़ते हैं. ब्लैक बोर्ड को 5 वर्टिकल्स में डिवाइड कर दिया गया था, और उसमें 5 स्कूल के एक टीचर बैठ के उसी क्लास में पैरेलल में 5 डिफरेंट सब्जेक्ट्स 5 डिफरेंट ग्रेड्स को पढ़ा रहे थे. तो आज हम चैट जीपीटी से बहुत वॉर्ड हैं. इट्स एन एआई इनोवेशन. बट आज भी भारत में ऐसे स्टेट्स हैं जहाँ इट इज़ एन ऑप्शनल सब्जेक्ट, एंड दैट इज़ व्हाई वी नीड टू बिल्ड प्रोडक्ट्स in India for India. Thank you.
So, you know, I'm going to take this as a starting theme, and then we'll go to the 2 themes we've little talked about. ये इतनी ज़्यादा dichotomy हमारे देश में, हम जिस मर्जी एंगल से हमारे देश को देख लें, I mean, we can draw data from all the angles. Let me ask you all a public people, you know, everybody uses UPI. How many people don't use UPI? Okay, you know what our UPI statistics are as of this morning? So of all the digital payments on earth, including America, China, I'm not leaving anyone behind, all digital, बैंक से आपने किसी को 2 रुपए दिए, ब्राज़ील में, जापान में पेपे यूज़ किया, वेनमो यूज़ किया अमेरिका में, मास्टर कार्ड से आपने पैसे दिए, वीज़ा से पैसे दिए, एप्पल पे से पैसे दिए. You know what percentage of total transactions does UPI does in the world? Somebody take a guess quickly. I'm involving you all. What's the percentage of transactions UPI has across all global transactions? I don't think we have to debate कि हो गए हम product nation के नहीं, हम हो गए. But why is this still this gap?
So I think the finance sector has done really well with a lot of good companies like Paytm, Zerodha, and others. Education, agriculture, employment, healthcare. These are the 4 pillars which still need to be covered in any developing nation.
Is there money in all this?
There's huge money on all this.
Then why is it not happened?
So 2 data points. Again, I'll refer to education sector. अगर भारत में India 2, India 3 में 22.5 करोड़ बच्चे स्कूल जाते हैं, और अगर 300 रुपया महीना भी अगर वो ट्यूशन फीस दे रहे हैं फॉर देयर आफ्टर स्कूल नीड्स, क्योंकि अनफॉर्चुनेटली स्कूल में पढ़ाई नहीं हो रही है, तो 225 million students into 300 rupees, which is $4 a month, into 12 months, that's $10.8 billion annual revenue.
Wow.
Currently going to local mom and pop tuition centers. तो पैसा तो है.
पैसा तो है.
लेकिन बच्चे वोट नहीं देते ना.
बच्चे
वोट नहीं देते. बच्चे वोट नहीं देते. They don't vote. The state education budgets are as high as 50,000 crores per state. So there's money, but there's no will.
So we'll
I
talk
think
about
that's the lag.
Yeah.
That's the gap.
Yeah. But what is the solution? Do you have the first solution? I'll ask everybody for this kind of a...
Solution is definitely there. I've been working closely with a lot of on ground as well as with government agencies. I see a lot of youngsters coming into this government system, whether as an IAS officer or even in the politics. I think that's a good change where they do want to bring in innovation. And yes, when innovation happens at grassroots level, I think things will definitely change.
So this is a good segue to Girish, to you, and to Atul, to you a little bit. Both of you have said, perhaps we are victims of our great success as IT services. Because, you know, the problem that Himanshu just now said, that, you know, he multiplied the number and gave you the, wo product sahi hone wala hai, I don't think we'll reach that scale. Services se ho jayega. I think it's going to take a much longer time. I think we all agree that's why we are sitting here. Girish, why is our services background has either lived its life, or what do you think is the version 3 of our services?
Sure. So if you step back and see the amount of wealth that IT services created in the last 25 years, Infosys got listed in 93, I think 30 years. It's close to $500 billion. Okay, give or take, you know, Infosys, TCS, Wipros of the world, etc. And all that was driven on the back of a very simple demographic, which is the smart English-speaking engineer. Okay, and if you roll back 5-7 years behind today, a lot of the same demographic, because IT services is replicable. It's a labor arbitrage model literally at the end of the day, correct? Here you are creating core technology which is patentable, which is defensible globally, and which can actually help you increase efficiency and efficacy of the way we are doing business today by many-fold. You know, take artificial intelligence as an example, take industrial IoT as an example, you know, and take UPI as an example, again, okay? So there is a clear shift both from the government to move away from the services mindset, and we need services. It is not that we don't need services. We are 140 crore people, and therefore we are the largest population on the planet today, and we need employment to be generated so that people are meaningfully deployed. But there is a clear paradigm shift in terms of how some of those benchmarks that defined excellence in a services industry are now being replicated in a product side. And I think that is not going to change anytime soon. It is only going to accelerate from here. And therefore, the sooner we embrace that we are actually in the midst of being a product nation, the better it is for us as a collective.
Understand. No, lovely. And Vishali, let me go to you quickly, because you are seeing something infrastructurally very, very broad, right? You are seeing only, a lot of consumptions of AWS, obviously. But I think the use cases that you are seeing, probably some us are not seeing, because whenever you start a product company, the first thing we do is, provision some AWS. So I don't know how much is shareable in public, but as a country, have you seen trends which are really diverse and people using AWS? Everybody wants your credits of, but have you seen some new green shoots in our products as a country on AWS?
No, absolutely. I think I agree with Mr. Girish in terms of how we definitely need services and also build a parallel world of product nation, because India is a very diverse country when it comes to platforms and products and the larger portfolio that we run. I can maybe I'm not really sure if I can call out all the names of these respective organizations that are using AWS to build various solutions, but some use cases include anything from agriculture to aerospace to judiciary to public sector undertakings as well, something in the oil and gas space. In fact, yesterday I was speaking to a customer who's leveraging a particular IoT tool, IoT and a platform that they're building that leverages to detect and understand more about the fly ash. That it's basically a fly ash monitoring solution that they've built in, and this is being used by quite a lot of PSUs who are in the energy and power space, and of course in the mining space as well. Then there are quite a lot of startups that are building in the judiciary space. As simple as, I think, one of the startups that's building transcribe solutions for Supreme Court of India as they run through video judgments as we speak post-COVID, and summarizing the hearing and the whole case that they currently have been built on both the parties, including with the judgment that's being given by the respective court and the opposition, and the whole dialogue that happens between all of them. As a summary, leveraging generative AI, in Delhi as we speak, the CTO sits out of Supreme Court for the last 2 quarters and is building that. So something in the judiciary space that's quite interesting. There's some solutions that are being leveraged from a drone perspective to understand how are SDGs being unlocked in various villages in India, in terms of the larger piece of land and property tax management, leveraging that for, how can they solve for a few SDGs. There's something that's happening in the healthcare space within genomics. Of course, there's blockchain traceability that's going on for quite a lot of crops and seeds. What's also interesting in the aerospace and the satellite space that's kind of unlocked in the last couple of years in India, and how AWS is really powering these solutions that are being built for not just typical platforms and products, but also services. There are microservices that are being built that could be leveraged by these respective organizations as well. So as I said, aerospace to agriculture to judiciary, everywhere where there is a citizen charter, we see solutions being on top of these lists. And also, if I could quickly add in a particular piece with respect to the UPI example, what really worked out is something called digital public goods that are really, really important for us in India. I know there's a long way to go with respect to how do we retrofit it to other sectors, but digital public goods and digital public infrastructure are, I think, immediate and the next set of things that we all need to maybe look into when we speak about products, where we're talking about open software, open data, and a lot of other things that are keeping in privacy for the respective citizens, but are also accelerating the innovation and the growth that we're all taking in the current state of affair. I don't know if that answers the question. So
that's lovely, because I think you give us the spectrum and also gave me the segue to the next question. I do feel digital public goods in India stack have played a very large role. My next segue to the same thing is that I think we've done very well in building the India stack out, and being a founder member of that, we didn't start out doing that. We fell into it, and in many ways, our product nation is certainly a large part of people like STPI and the government and stuff like that, and our founders. But hamara time aa gaya. It just happened like that. I think we all now know that we've tasted it and we're going to go forward. How much of what you people are seeing as a product nation is products for India, and how much are you seeing products built from India for the world? Because we need both. We need, Commander, we need both of that.
Yes, absolutely. That was one of the founding thoughts that we had 10 years back, about a couple of weeks back. That was our start of the journey. Security products, especially cyber security products, are overwhelmingly not made in India. So we started this journey with a specific purpose of making cyber security products in India, for India. You made a mention of the phenomenal growth of UPI transactions. If you juxtapose that graph with the frauds that are happening on UPI platforms, it follows a similar trajectory. So therefore, not just the products, but the awareness in people, the large number of, population which are using these UPI products, they lack the basic understanding of cybersecurity hygiene to begin with.
Sure.
That is very important, and that importance comes, or rather it would get translated when you have more wider dissemination of the security products which are being made in India.
Surely.
That is one of our key focus areas that we are working on. And now, to take again, taking from what your point was, we are making products for global environments, for global companies now. And we are making them in India.
Lovely.
We have our own data centers, we have our own data scientists who are working on machine learning algorithms specifically for cybersecurity issues. So this is something which we are seeing quite rapidly happening.
And did you start in India? Were your products very India focused?
Yes.
And that's why, so it was for India, for Bharat, and now you are a globally focused company.
Absolutely. So first 7 or almost 8 years of our existence, we were exclusively focused on India. It's only in the last 2 or 3 years that we have started expanding globally with our products. We started off with our service.
Dive into the entrepreneurship world. We wanted to have a sustainable product so that we are not left without dry revenue out there. So one of the good spaces which we got was the group travel space. And from then till now, we have had 4 pivots, and now is that we have been able to capture the market. So one of the important aspects which, Jazz, you have been asking is what sort of product-oriented roadmap or a nation we should look at. One thing is a cultural shift, that if you have taken a dive into entrepreneurship, don't be afraid of pivots.
Interesting.
Pivot is a necessity.
Yeah. I think people, I was telling that Atul also believes strongly in what we are talking. It is so hard to be a founder in this country. You've come out of it so much of trauma to be one, and let's say even if you are 1/10 successful, again so much of trauma.
Indeed.
And then somebody comes and tells, Nihar, ab aapko pivot karna hai.
True.
Oh my God, 1/10, dobara se ek aur pahad. And then another pivot.
Correct.
And I think that is where, I think as a product nation from a culture, and Atul, I'm going to come to you, our culture as a product nation is, it's so hard to be a founder, though that's changed significantly, if I may say so, in the last 5 years. But still, I think we are at the first pivot of pivoting as a country. So we are on the I think we've just crossed the first pivot where people are saying to each other, it's okay to fail. It's okay that this product has not found a product market fit. Try another one, right? And I'd love to hear anybody who has thoughts on this one. That, what do we need to do to inculcate in founders to become a more product-oriented founder? Anyone?
See, it's all about grit.
All about?
Grit.
Grit.
We have to develop that grit to encounter all the obstacles and limitations. And when we talk about entrepreneurship, it's the longest ship of the life which you travel.
Right.
So it's always going to be travel. So of course the challenges and limitations will come, and it only comes to the entrepreneurs.
That is true.
And they are the real problem solvers. So pivot is a part and parcel of entrepreneurship.
Right.
So, but more the failure exists, the more successful you are. You know what mistakes you did, and you never repeat it back, and you of course design a new plan to be successful. So that's trial and error method where pivoting comes and exists, and it will go on.
Good. The सवाल अब गिरीश को है, how many pivots will you allow your founder before you say बस यार तेरे बस का नहीं है ये?
So, I don't think I can give you a straight answer, okay? Because it's a function of how large an opportunity are you chasing, where you are on the product market fit life cycle, what is the competitive landscape. The decision to write a check, especially at the stage at which we come in, is actually all about the founders than anything else.
Sure.
That is the biggest decision matrix for us. In fact, in our fund, we have a full-time general partner whose only job is to evaluate founders and their teams. Wow. And help them to grow and scale and get the right set of people internally, from a hiring perspective. And that's how sharply, especially at an early stage, you are focused on the founder mentality and what is it that drives them. Atul talked about grit, conviction, tenacity. It's not about failing. 8 out of 10 times you will fail. It's how efficiently you fail, how quickly you fail, how capital efficient are you when you are actually building out new products, and and how much time are you taking? Because every month that you linger on a product which is not working is draining your balance sheet, and therefore fail quickly, fail fast, move on to the next one. We are all for it.
Lovely, lovely, interesting. No, I think the last theme that I want to have all of us talk about, and I'm personally very biased, and I'm asking this as my personal question. Hopefully people will benefit. I think our country started producing more B2B entrepreneurs. I think the B2C people either give up early or need lots of capital and needs lots of nurturing as a product. I think B2B is likely, you can growth hack your way, you can, call some contacts and get your way through. Because, I was telling to some of you that, the WhatsApp of India is WhatsApp. US mein bahut kam chalta hai WhatsApp. The Facebook of India is Facebook. Yeah, we do have a good Paytm and a good Swiggy and a good Ola and a good Uber and a, we do have some. But I've started believing that we still need to take some audacious, moonshots and be successful. I don't mean for the sake of it. I mean, we've yet to produce, because our country is very, very unique. We have so many use cases. Himanshu, your school example, so many unique cases as a country which I don't think exist outside this country. But what is stopping these founders looking at India, seeing the problems that we face as a nation, and create very large B2C products? I'll go one by one. This is an answer I need from each one of you, so nobody is escaping this question. So Himanshu.
So yeah, as you rightly mentioned, B2B is an easier market also because, especially in the tech sector, you have a global customer available. So, I mean, if I take examples of my own batchmates, companies like InMobi and Glance, Nolarity, you have a huge customer base. Pan-global, dollar-paying customer, you grow big very fast, as you said. When you work specifically for India and for an Indian customer, again, you pretty much nailed it when you say that it needs more grit. It may have a longer time period to convert. From the startup founder's point of view, also it needs to have a longer vision. Even from the VC community perspective, with due respect, even they need to have a longer perspective on things. Yeah, because you may create some products which may go wildfire, get 100 million downloads overnight. I will just give an example like the Pokemon, which recently came during COVID. Everybody was going crazy. I didn't understand why do you have to go find a virtual animal. And once everybody had played it, I don't know if you read, but the founder has now gone bankrupt after becoming a multi-billion unicorn overnight.
Yeah, overnight.
There's another example like TikTok, which went viral in India, and then government suddenly said no more Chinese apps, and we moved on. So yes, building for India as a product in the B2C segment definitely needs more time, more patience. I think it's happening. There are enough founders which are working on it, so we should see it happening on the ground.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're bullish on that?
Absolutely.
Bullish. Nihar.
It's a very good question. B2C, what do you need? I would feel that the support ecosystem which is there, that needs to grow and mature. A biggest example is our patent laws.
Yeah.
So B2C space definitely is a very, if you fail, or within 6 months there would be multiple Me Too solutions which will come up in the market, actually. So if you have a good patent law, because our patents are very convoluted in nature at this point in time. So like a design patent or utility patent, we just have a patent and a process patent in India. So those we have to look into. We also have to give a support system to the B2C guys, like what I see in Nokia. It started off as a paper mill. And now it is a telecom giant, actually. But it was never in telecom.
They also made handsets in between, I'm told.
Yeah.
So, to your point, yeah. I mean, we've seen it in our eyes, right? Kahan se shuru hue,
correct.
Kahan upar, aur kahan fir kuch aur. And we've seen 3 cycles of it.
Very true. So, in India, if a person fails, it's very hard for him to get up again. So that sort of a support ecosystem is what we need to build.
No, that's a great answer. I think that's also a moat, by the way. Yeah. I think that if you build something which has high failure rate, आधे लोग तो डर के ही भाग जाएंगे. So you will get to at least fail within a territory which is closer home. Commander, sir.
Yeah, so I am quite optimistic that we are developing into a manufacturing nation. From the earlier conceptualization of manufacture, something you could hold in your hands, machinery, some product, things like this table or something like that.
Yes.
we have now transitioned into a thought process that yes, products also mean something which you cannot hold, which is there in your pocket, which is there in your laptop, which is there in your mobile device. That has got equal value, if not more.
Certainly.
Starting from the services, IT services industry, which was about 30 years back, to now that we have got the confidence of making software, IT systems. We have now got the confidence that yes, we can make world-class IT products also.
Yes.
And this transition you are seeing over here. You see the group of people that are here. Majority of them are entrepreneurs. Majority of them are, small startups who have created a niche product, which is serving some specific needs. Himanshu is the best example right here. And so are the others. So this is a journey which is taking place. Let's not be too hasty in saying that why we haven't come to where we should be. We will reach there. I'm quite optimistic about that.
Lovely, lovely. Girish, the person with all the money to invest in B2C founders.
Unfortunately, we don't do any B2C. We only do B2B. Okay, and there's a reason for
I rest my case.
So we are today the most populous nation in the world. With 140 crore people, we already are a very large consumer market. Any consumer entrepreneur building for India does not actually need to step out of the boundaries of India to build scale. जो यहाँ चलेगा वो कहीं पे भी चल सकता है. Okay, so and which is where the counter thesis comes into play. And the reason B2B, is seen to be easier is because of predictability of cash flows, etc. So all that tick in the boxes are there. But in India, the B2B markets are actually not very deep. They are actually very shallow. And if you take the government out from that B2B equation, you are actually struggling to make revenue. Because the adoption cycles are 12, 18, 24 months. And therefore, if you are building a B2B product and you are not building for the world, then you are actually doing a disservice to yourself.
That's true.
Is the way we see.
That is well put. Yeah.
Okay. And therefore, and the same labor arbitrage equation comes into play. What you can build in India for $1 million will take $10 million to build in the valley.
Clearly.
And therefore, you are much more capital efficient. So the same IT services model again, where you bill in Indian, pay in Indian rupees and bill in US dollars, comes into play on the B2B side of the world, where you build in Indian rupees, but you are able to sell to the world.
Yeah.
And today, with intellectual property, etc., the way the regime is so tight, if you build a moat in India, it's applicable globally.
It is.
And therefore, why would you not do it?
Yeah, that's why you will put money in that. And that's why what Captain is saying, we'll have to wait a little longer to get, just kidding. But yeah, that's why. Vaishali.
I think we're really good. I'm positive that we will, definitely go towards building a better B2C market as we go, because our journey is not really, something that we've done 2 decades back. It's literally a decade back that we've kind of started to think about startups and the larger organizations of this particular business model. I think what we got right from a market perspective or the overall, addressable audience perspective, I think we still got scale and speed, but I think one piece that we still need to understand is how do we sustain and how do we really build. I think there's enough market making that's happening, but market monetization is still missing. We still run these B2C, D2C startups with a heavy discounting. How many of you open your respective D2C apps thinking deals, discounting, which is not really helping the business or the, one of the stakeholders in the overall process? Let's say one of the food delivery apps that we're all talking about, neither of them who are involved in this process are really making money. But are still raising capital. So I think market monetization is something that we still need to understand and maybe approach with a different point of view in ensuring we sustain the business. At the same time, there's always an evolution that you have to go through in terms of knowing your audience. It's very easy for us to say, I know my audience, I'm building it for X billion in India, and I know.
Answer to this question, But everybody, and especially as a fund, there is a certain amount of risk appetite that we have.
Sure.
And therefore what works for us does not necessarily mean it will work for somebody else. But that's how we've seen this entire consumer versus B2B kind of pan out.
No, I think these are very fair things. Atul, I'll go to you.
Yeah, Mr. Gulati, I just wanted to say that why not we should stop calling us as a developing country rather than we should call up us as a developed country.
That's a great point.
We are
Somebody's clapped there?
Yeah, we should have.
We certainly are.
So we are developed country. Yeah. Already the topic says path to a product-oriented nation. That means we are already on the edge to be a product nation.
Lovely.
The government support, the system, as Vishali said, that the revolution, the next revolution is going to be the judicial and education. And this is going to change the entire country. The NEP is going to change the entire country. The support system, the NGIS, Chunauti, government support, MSME, startup support systems, education, entrepreneurship. यानी पिछले 10 साल पहले जब हम ग्रेजुएशन में पढ़ाते थे तो हमें entrepreneurship नाम की किताब भी नहीं होती थी, सब्जेक्ट भी नहीं होता था. अब न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में, न्यू यूनिवर्सिटी स्कीम्स में आप देखेंगे तो हर सब्जेक्ट में एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है. और अब टीचर को अपना सब्जेक्ट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और इनोवेशन को मद्देनजर रखते हुए क्लास में पढ़ाना होगा. We have to teach application-based theory into the classroom. So now it is going to be a digital world with a combination of hybrid and online both. We will be teaching students with all the facilities, infrastructure developed by Vishali, Himanshu and so on. Yes. And these are the people who are going to bring that change. And we all Indians are already product-oriented. We are the people who are the survivors, and survivors are the warriors.
Nice.
And we as a warrior will evolve as one of the best product nation of the world. So lovely. We should start calling us as a developed country.
I think that is where we end this panel. I think that's a great final statement which sums up what we have to look forward to or already are. So I'm closing this now. Thank you all for listening.
One last point I want to say. We have to think only one line.
One line.
Soch badlo, desh badlo.
Sure. Soch badlo, desh badlo. And with that, I want to thank you all. This is a great panel. I know I threw some googlies because I got late in preparing with you, but thank you for indulging me. Thank you for putting so much of value to our audience. Thank you so much to the panelists. Thank you. I know time's up, but one question is certainly allowed if Upasana says yes. No?
Lunch,
sorry, we are not taking questions. We are out of time.
We can have the questions during lunch. May I just call Saurabh sir for the moment? Okay. So I would request Jaswinder sir to give all the mementos. Thank you so much for this panel discussion, from path to productivity, startups. This whole world is very fascinating. And what an impressive panel it was. So thank you so much. I learned a lot from it myself. Thank you for honoring this stage today and starting this beautiful summit with this panel discussion, which means a lot. Yes, absolutely. Great applause for Jazz. So thank you so much. Oh yeah, a group picture which we missed before. With all the learnings that came from it, I think they deserve a round of great applause, right? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There's always something between lunch and you, and I think these are the awards which we couldn't do before. So I am very, very pleased to call for check distribution now, which we couldn't do before. So NGIS, as we have seen, has had a huge support and major impetus to startups in India. Today, NGIS is announcing investments to 20 of the most exciting startups that have emerged from the Build for Bharat IoT Challenge. May I please invite Mr. Devesh Tyagi, Senior Director, STPI, plus Mr. Subodh Sachan, Director, STPI, Mr. Prem Bharatasarthi Pontak, Managing Director, and V. Rajni Pontak. Can we please have the four of you on stage for the check distribution? It's going to be a very heartwarming check distribution, which we missed earlier. So, thank you for coming on the stage. May I please now welcome TechVarium India Private Limited, startup associated with NGIS Bhopal. Please keep the claps on because we have a lot of people coming and collecting their checks. Oh, stunning. Dream Aerospace Technologies Private Limited, location Lucknow. Please keep clapping so that they all get impetus and encouraged. That's great. Thank you so much. Ada Lovelace Software Private Limited, please come up on the stage, please. If you want to go for lunch quickly, let's keep clapping. I think lunch is coming on the way, so let's keep clapping. Thank you so much. Presage Insights Private Limited. Please come up on the stage. I think they deserve some kind of contribution of appreciation from you as well. That's a huge sum. Snowcoat Private Limited, please come on the stage, please. Snowcoat Private Limited, please come up on the stage, please. Thank you. Thank you. Such young people coming and collecting their checks, it's really encouraging. People Prosper Technologies Private Limited, Bhopal. People Prosper Technologies Private Limited, Bhopal. Please come on the stage. Absolutely stunning. Thank you so much. Contrallo Digital Private Limited, Bhubaneswar. Contrallo Digital Private Limited, Bhubaneswar. Absolutely great. Congratulations. Congratulations. JobStop Solutions Private Limited. JobStop Solutions Private Limited. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Lots of checks here today. Excello Innovation Private Limited. Excello Innovation Private Limited, Bhubaneswar again. Excellent. Somebody who is representing Excello. Quickly, otherwise we will take your check. Okay. Absolutely great. Congratulations. Zarth Coptech Private Limited, Dehradun. Zarth Coptech Private Limited, Dehradun. Very, very well done. Lot of young people here. Congratulations. So stunning. Absolutely great. All right, the next one, Akas Healthcare Private Limited, Jaipur. Akas Healthcare Private Limited, Jaipur. So proud of these young generation startups, absolutely great. So I think this is all about them taking the leap. Remote Automation Private Limited, Mohali. Remote Automation Private Limited, Mohali. Oh my God, this is stunning. Congratulations. Fuwation Technology Solutions Private Limited, Mohali. Fuwations Technology Solutions Private Limited, Mohali. Let's give them a round of applause. Such incredible people coming on the stage. Well done, congratulations. And now Nyquist Innovation Labs Private Limited, the 100th startup getting investment under NGIS. This is great, they're from Guwahati, well done, and many, many congratulations. Very big one indeed. So they need really a cheer. Let's give it to them. Energy before lunch, that's great. Paymart India Private Limited, Mohali. Paymart India Private Limited, Mohali, please come on the stage. Let's give them a cheer, please. Novorbis ITIS Private Limited, Bhopal. Novorbis ITIS Private Limited, Bhopal. Please, we want you on the stage. Yes, congratulations. That's a lot of checks given out. Brilliant. With these 17 startups, which have been given a total of 3.7 crores, the count of investor startup under METI's flagship NGIS scheme stands to 103 now. As NGIS scheme also envisions additional funding through the Next Gen Technology Fund established where the money from other investors is invested as follow-on investment into the startup. I'm happy to now invite 3 startup funds earlier by Next Gen Technology Fund to receive additional investments. So may I call upon Learning Matters Private Limited, Vijayawada, please. Learning Matters Private Limited, Vijayawada. Congratulations, ma'am. Good to see you on stage. Very nice. Thank you. May I call Kurashia Technologies Private Limited, Bhubaneswar. Please give them a huge, huge round of applause, please. Kurashia Technologies Private Limited, Bhubaneswar. I think with so much check coming to you, I mean, they should run for it. Everybody should just run to the stage. There's a lot happening here, so please come. Before I announce the last one, we have Energize Solutions Private Limited, Dehradun, to please come on the stage. Energize Solutions Private Limited, Dehradun, to come on the stage. And now this is a check that many of us want for Articus Private Limited, Bhilai. And I want to announce the 150 lakhs here, which is such a brilliant achievement. Please give them a huge, huge round of applause. Articus Private Limited, Bhilai. I thought you will be running for this, but I see him limping, but I hope he's well. With these additional investments of 2.5 crores extended today, the 20 startups have cumulatively received 6.1 crores. A big shout out to all the startups receiving investment today and wishing them a great journey ahead. So thank you everybody. Thank you for being here. Definitely this is lunchtime. Needless to say that we are running a little bit late. So
And just wanted to make this quick announcement. Today, NGIS scheme has hit the century mark. So today we have started, already funded 102 startups from the NGIS scheme. So that's the achievement which Mighty and STPI has done. So thanks to all the entrepreneurs and the community which has been behind them, from a selection to screening to mentoring and finally the funding. So thank you everyone for being here. We have 2 great sessions lined up later on. So please enjoy your lunch and join us back again. Thank you.
had a good lunch like me? Welcome back, welcome back. Please settle down. We are starting now. So lunch के बाद session हमेशा difficult होता है. But we will start. So welcome back. Innovation के बिना there is no entrepreneurship, right? I mean, innovation and entrepreneurship go hand in hand. It is the key to progress and change. So our next session, Accelerating Innovation, talks about unleashing speed and ingenuity towards powering high-octane startup. I want to welcome on stage the next panelist, Sandeep Sinha, founder, Arficus Private Limited, NGI's funded startup. Please come on the stage, Sandeep Sinha. Thank you for clapping. Thank you for welcoming them. Mr. Rahul Agarwala, Managing Partner, Sense AI Ventures. Welcome, Rahul. Praneet Singhal, Director, One Lattice. Praneet Singhal, Director, One Lattice. Great. Sahil Jagnani, Founder, Primary Health Tech Private Limited. It's again an NGIS funded startup. Okay, we want more energy. Thank you. Amol Majumdar, Senior Director Technology, Rediff India Limited. Yes, let's give them great hand here. And Vikrant Varshne, Managing Partner, Succeed. So please welcome the panel and the anchor for the panel. So I leave the stage to them. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, can you hear me? Yes? Hello? Okay, I've got the tough job to keep you guys awake after lunch. Okay, I'll try my best. Most of the time, when we are interacting with the founders and they are pitching to us, that's the job they had to do with us. This time it's my job to keep you guys awake. I've got a very interesting panel. We have got a venture capital fund, in the form of Sense AI. We have got a research firm represented by Puneet. We have got a large corporate which started as a startup 20 odd years back, or probably a little more. And we have got 2 startups who have been supported through STPI program and moderated by another venture capital fund, right? So I hope we'll make it interesting. We'll give you some masala, and we'll also open it up for 1 or 2 questions from you as well. This session is completely unrehearsed. We have all met everybody 10 minutes back. I have not even met some of these guys before this session. So what you will see today on the stage is just raw interaction, ex-tempo, no planning, right? So they don't know the questions which I would be asking, and I don't know the answers that they would be giving. So enjoy it, and that's why the questions that we would ask would also be meaningful. So the theme of the session would revolve around innovation, but I'm sure you guys would be seeing it all from different lenses because of the role that you are playing. I'll start with my colleague, with, from the VC perspective, Rahul. So if you want to define what's your fund thesis, what do you focus on, and how do you look AI differently?
Sure. Thank you. Excited to be here on this panel and talk to all of you. So Sense AI Ventures has AI in its name. So we've been doing AI-focused investing for the last 4 years plus, and long before ChatGPT came around. And the central thesis was that AI is the next wave, and we need to fund innovative startups which are building new, novel AI solutions which solve real problems, right? So real AI to solve real problems was how we started the entire fund. We've invested in about 12 startups. It's been a really good journey, and we keep funding more. We just set up a new fund. So that's what we do. And only one thing I want to just double click on is when we say AI, we mean AI first. What is AI first? Right? Everybody claims to be AI now, much like .com mein sab .com ban gaye the. Everybody now does AI. But AI first fundamentally is where AI is central to the value proposition of the startup. Without that AI, the product or the service just doesn't work. That's what we mean. The parallel is if you take a boat, you can attach a motor, it will go faster. But the boat works without the motor. On the other hand, a ship can't move without a motor. Without its engine, it doesn't move. So we like ships where AI is the motor, right? AI हटा दिया तो ship कहीं नहीं जाएगा. So that's what we do.
Yeah, thank you. And at what stage do you generally invest in?
Yeah, so we invest early stage startups. Our typical funding is about $600,000 or 5 crores. We can do less than that, more than that, but that's our sweet spot. We look for IP, intellectual property, thick IP we try to say. So we look for innovation. That's the criteria. We don't, revenue is there, not there is not the criteria. Our belief is very simple. If you can build something which is truly innovative, we can find a way, the right customer, the right go-to-market, working with you guys. If you're smart enough to do that, the other problems are much smaller.
Sure, thank you. Good to see some silence coming in the room. It makes the panelists more interested to give an answer. So Sandeep, why don't you talk about your company, share with us what's the problem you're solving, and how do we start supporting you guys?
First of all, thank you, Vikrant, for hosting this panel discussion over for us. A bit about Aficus is what we have created, is the company's name. We have a product named Medini out there in the market. Medini is world's first ever generative AI based SAMD. We have created the name of SAMD. What SAMD is all about? It is software as a medical device. That is what an SAMD is all about. So what Medini is, Medini creates an early prognosis, affordable and accurate diagnostics, and preventive healthcare. That means the future health prediction. We not only provide an early diagnosis of the diseases, even for the chronic and complex diseases to which we do cater, like that of oncology, pulmonology, neurology, nephrology, and cardiology, is where we cater to 138 diseases with our software. Is also we provide the future health prediction of a particular patient, means what all diseases a patient could suffer in the upcoming 5 years. We hold a clinically certified accuracy of 99.31%. It's completely a B2B and B2G business is where we cater on to. Our software is being used as hospitals, healthcare centers, diagnostic labs, insurtech, biotech, biopharma, and CSR DMF projects is where to cater. We right now operate over in 10 countries with a strong team of 47 people and almost all 164 clientele base which we have right now over in healthcare. And I take this stage over as an advantage to provide that we are the world's first SAMD which we have created. And we provide the disease diagnosis even in just 53 seconds. That means if I'll just take the use case example, suppose like a breast cancer, which is very pretty advent over in the society. Right now when the patient needs to undergo 4 mandatory tests, it could be a tissue culture, excisional incisional biopsy, and mammogram. We have slashed down the number of tests to just single one. With just mammogram input, we provide the results with a similar set of accuracy, what a patient was getting after doing 4 tests. And earlier, patient used to spend 6 days and on an average 18,000 rupees. Here, we have cut short that diagnosing time to just 53 seconds and in just INR 485 rupees. So we not only had slashed down the diagnosing cost, diagnosing time, and also we parted the patient from a painful set of biopsy process where a patient needs to undergo. The same is again replicated to all other verticals which we do cater. The market has quite widely accepted us, and yeah, this is how so far we advented. We started over in 2019. In 2023, I'll always keep a mark myself that we have grown a lot over ourselves, and we look forward over in the coming journey.
Big round of applause for him. You know, the kind of description he made on reducing time, improving efficiency, bringing cost, and a good accuracy, and that too in few years' time. MedTech obviously is a difficult category. Health, they have brought digital health and MedTech activities together, taking approvals and doing it in short window obviously is a good example of a disruptive innovation. So good job doing it. Tell us, you know, bit more about what support you got from.
Impact is where the people actually needs your solution or not. That is the actual niche where when the healthcare company works on to. When we started ourselves, NGIS, Chunauti and Pontac, Mr. Prem Bhartasarthi and Rajni and his team came as a very first savior over to us. They provided us over with a seed fund support. Is there when our clinical trials first launched onto. But later on, when we started developing our projects, developing our product over on much greater depth, is we required the detailed analysis or much more higher set of machineries is where we could utilize our software onto. STPI MedTech Lucknow came as a savior to us over that particular point of time. And with the B2G connects, STPI and their team always a very good help over to us. So they provided us the B2G connects over for that. And then from there we took off over in 2020. And I'll always say a touch wood that since 2020 is where we got our first client onto, there is no look back over to us. And far ahead, acceptable over in the market, but still earlier, it was like doctors always have a fear that technology is replacing them. We provided them with an assurance that, okay, it's not a replacement to a doctor, but it is a clinical decision support tool. We are providing you better inferences than what you are getting earlier. Is then when the doctors and medical fraternity accepted the solution onto, right now we hold 60% of our business is domestic, 40% is international. We operate over in 10 countries, as I say. And yeah, always creating an impact, having a right sets of resource, and the medical fraternity is always an important to whenever you come down over for a healthcare sector. And it depends, and it again synchronized to any other sector, means for it EV or for it comes to sustainability. The particular impact sector is very important, is what we always look it up for.
Wonderful. And are you also unit economics positive?
Yes, we are.
Wonderful. Great. Okay, I'll move it to now. To our friend from Rediff, Amol. Amol, as we were discussing, you guys were a startup in the first season of startup ecosystem in India.
That's right.
It's been a couple of decades. You became a large enterprise. Since then, you've also seen ups and downs as an entity. How are you shaping up now as an enterprise, and what are you guys doing to support the startup ecosystem? Tell us about it.
Yeah. So we are an internet company, right? So we started way back in 1995. And so I've been there since 99, so I can only talk about what happened after 99. But the big thing happened then is after initial rounds of funding, we managed to list on NASDAQ. And that's how the whole startup story changed to a corporate story. Nevertheless, the whole internet industry business has been changing, and as we talk, it's evolving even now. We were the first to launch a public email service in India. And very few people know that we also are in the space of corporate email, so we went B2B also. So we are one of the players in the industry where we supply cloud-hosted email services in India. Now, when this whole cloud hosted thing happened, cloud is a big thing now when people say move to the cloud. So we were one of the first to move to the cloud and create this whole cloud infrastructure in India. To the extent that when we had to take a decision on how do we host our services, do we host it in the West or do we host it in Singapore or other regions, we took a conscious decision of hosting in India and making sure that the data of Indian citizens resides and stays in India, not just at rest, but also in transit. So we did a lot of innovation and we did a lot of effort, put a lot of effort and through help from certain institutions and all of that, we set up our own sort of a peered network in India. And later on, when that became quite a success, we also invested in certain companies where these companies who were in the space of media and internet and advertising and stuff like that, those guys got acquired. We acquired them. Some of them were funded by us, and that's how it all started. As we speak, also we work very closely with educational institutions, research institutions. We have interns coming in working with us during the summer internship and all that. So that's how it's been shaping, and we hope to keep that pace in future also.
Nice. I'll ask you a question of, when you were in the first season, when you saw startup ecosystem evolving, and then obviously it didn't grow at that point in time. How do you see the startup ecosystem from 2014-15 onward in India? What are the similar attributes and different attributes around innovation? Did we have innovation-centric businesses earlier also? Do you want to see some, parameters which might be important for us to consider?
Yeah. I'll answer this question in a slightly different way. In one of the earlier discussions, there was a gentleman who said, is India a developed country or a developing country, right? And then I think everybody, concurred that it is a developed country rather than a developing country. But I beg to differ. I mean, there is some lot to be done so far from now here on. Is because ever since 2004, 14 and after that, there's a lot of innovation and a lot of growth happening in certain sectors, particularly with the fintech sector, with the medical research sector and all of that. But a lot needs to be done. I can cite some particular examples. One of them is in the medical research space, where I feel there is a lot to be done by the industry themselves, a whole lot of patents, and which deters a lot of other smaller companies from doing any research or launching any products. One of the examples is this whole robotic surgery sort of industry, which did not develop too much in India for almost 20 years because the company had a patent for it. The moment those patents started opening up and industry started opening up patents, now we see robotic surgery happening everywhere. So that's one of the things. The other thing is there's a lot to be done in the developing the whole ecosystem around at least the high-tech industry, even with respect to software. Now we do decently well in certain areas on software, like for example, where we talk about e-commerce, and so in e-commerce we have developed the whole ecosystem where we have everything from supply chain integrated to CRMs, VRMs, payments, digital payments. This is where we need to focus more. So that is where the innovation, the whole inclusiveness is yet to happen. Again, an industry like, for example, microprocessor manufacturing, so what does it take to get fabs in India? So besides the design itself, which already happens here, innovation around design, but things like the chemical supply chain for fabs and those kind of things, and then clean room experts, those are the kind of things, those are the areas where there is a lot to be done yet. That's what my opinion is.
Thank you for giving that different perspective. Since we were talking about a research and that to medical research, I'll bring in Praneeth here. Praneeth works for One Lattice as a research focus. Praneeth, why don't you talk about how you guys are bringing research dimensions and how do you see this ecosystem evolving differently?
Yeah, thanks Vikrant for that. So while at One Lattice we are more of a consumer or a market research firm, but talking on the topic about overall how India can do much better. So we have always been very services based, lot of say a back office to the world. Whereas all the key folks in India who actually have the right acumen to do the research, they never found that good ecosystem in India and actually migrated outside of India and are doing wonderful research there. Now, obviously the ecosystem is changing, evolving, government playing a lot of role. So what is really happening is that currently either you have very large organizations which literally employ the entire country, and India had always been a very entrepreneurial driven economy. But with the last 2 to 3 decades, you can no longer be an entrepreneur doing just the traditional works, but need to really innovate. And I think that is where some of these schemes like NGIS and today what we have seen the launch of, that also really helps enable these ecosystem. Just let me give you one example in terms of the number of patents. So India as a country is doing roughly around 2,000 patents a year. And if you say talk about an organization like a Samsung, they alone are doing much more than that. So I would sort of agree with Amol in terms of while we are moving in the right direction, there is still a lot of gap in terms of the overall ecosystem evolving, and also every player within the ecosystem also playing their role.
Okay, that's a very interesting example and quite a shocking one also, that Samsung alone is doing more patents than India as a whole. I'm sure all of you would like to then review this as a reflection in coming days. Do you want to give example of couple of success and failures, and how research could act as a differentiator?
Yeah, so let me talk about some of the recent examples. So recently one of the companies that got listed, so Idea Forge, into the drone space. Now we have all seen the movie 3 Idiots about a decade back, and we were sort of first introduced to the drone, and then mostly we had seen it in marriages. But now here to really see an Indian organization really innovating with various products, competing with best in the world. Otherwise, drones were mostly seen to be, say, used by the US military across the world. They've really innovated well, and obviously with a lot of support from the government. Overall ecosystem, the regulations need to be very supportive. They've been able to do very well. Another example of innovation, which is again coming from the government side, has been Chandrayaan. So in terms of the amount of money that we have spent and what we have been able to achieve with that. This also really tells that we can really do it. It's just that we have not been so serious about it. And another thing to look at is both of these have actually got enabled from the government. So not entirely from the private ecosystem, and I think really to be able to go to a very large scale, it has to be where the private sector is able to do this without much help from the government itself. Now, one more example in terms of where innovation did not really work out. About 20-25 years back, we had Orkut as a social media platform. And I was in college during those days, and it used to be the go-to thing for everyone. That time, we were just starting to have smartphones. So Orkut was more of a web-only platform for social media communication. Now after that, with the advent of smartphone, everyone started using phones for everything. That's where they missed the trick. And that's where they gave the opportunity to Facebook. Now Orkut was also Google-based, so it had a lot of potential to do, but could not.
So you're highlighting that not just the innovation, but your channels, your go-to-market strategy also could make you relevant or get you out of market also, right?
Absolutely.
Sure. Since you touched upon an interesting point, and I would...
Yeah, the innovation typically is around logistics, around convenience, about choice, about price, which is all, I would say, one kind, business kind of innovations, right? What was missing, and in fact, Sensei was born out of that, which was in the Indian ecosystem, IP-based or intellectual property-based, innovation-based startups were few and far between, right? I mean, and when we talk about intellectual property here, we're talking about hard intellectual property from whether it was science, technology, those kind of things, where we build patents, we build new products or services. And to me, that is a piece we will see increasingly going forward. I mean, even in the last few years, if you look, I mean, you mentioned Chandrayaan, right? That's hard science, that's hard innovation. And it is tough to do. I invest in artificial intelligence, right? So I'm sure most of you have used ChatGPT. Can I actually get a show of hands? Who all have used ChatGPT? So as you can see, that's a great innovation, right? It is a very interesting, and actually if you go and understand what was that led to ChatGPT. So the technology behind it is actually not so new. It was in a 2017 paper where they talked about transformers and attention is all you need. It was a paper by Google. And that fundamental technology they used and they scaled. The insight that drove that innovation was that the key difference between a bird's brain and a human brain is size. And which means in nature itself, if larger size of brain leads to much higher level of thinking, orders of innovation, creativity, all of those pieces, which other animals do not exhibit, then size must be important. And that is how ChatGPT or GPT-3, GPT-4 now all came about. They took all the data they could find and put it into artificial intelligence. Suddenly it could do things which even 2 years ago would not have been something we would have said, right? Actually in AI, one saying which describes AI well is the things which humans find hard to do, like math, solving problems of that nature, multivariate analysis, those things are very easy for AI. But things which humans, even a toddler finds easy, were not so easy before artificial intelligence, right? I mean, language, our skill, humans have great skill with language. I mean, it doesn't matter which language you speak, we understand its structure even if we have not gone through formal education, right? We can communicate. Computers could never do that. They were based on typical direct relationships. It was mathematical, right? So suddenly AI gives you that new capability, and that then creates the base for lots more of innovation, right? Much like internet was a platform shift which helped us build so many businesses, so many companies have come out of that, so much value has been created, so much wealth has been created. All our lives, I mean, we all use the internet. We all, I mean, most of us will take a Uber back or be using the internet right now to check out news, all of that. So my point I'm making, again, going back, is start thinking, when we think about innovation, for us innovation is this harder innovation which enables lots of new things to happen, completely novel things which are not possible to do before, right? And sorry, I'm just going to make one more point on this is, innovation by itself doesn't have value, right? What I'm trying to say here, just because I invent ChatGPT, I've not created value. When ChatGPT is used for a problem, to solve a problem, that's when value gets created, right? So don't only think about the innovation piece, think also what problem you're solving in the real world, because value comes from there.
Yeah, and that's where innovation becomes asset in future. Otherwise, it remains as an academic exercise in some laboratories, right? So most of the time when we work with incubators, and a lot of incubators, when they come and suggest that, we have got these many, startups working, they have so many patents, and then we ask the question saying, how many of them have gone to market? And if the answer is very few, that's where you start to differentiate, saying these are academic research which have not yet been designed and created with the customer-centric approach in mind, and may or may not just be used with the use cases to take them to the market, right? So I think his point is, while we all pick up and look at the tech innovation early, we also need to ultimately see what's the business application and where they would be making impact to the end customer, right? What's a good point of having an iPhone if it's not in your pocket, right? So ultimately it needs to reach to your pocket.
Actually, I just want to add one thing to that. A lot of people talk about Steve Jobs being this great innovator, right? Most of his life he was a great innovator but a failure, right? if you look at what he did at Mac, he finally got, from Apple, he got kicked out because revenues were not keeping up with projections. It wasn't until he invented the iPhone that they became a success. So Apple was always ahead of the curve. I mean, if you compared Apple and Windows, Apple was always ahead of the curve. Windows managed to do better business innovation, better distribution, lots of other reasons why they succeeded. Today, after the iPhone, today one of the world's most valuable companies is Apple. So keep that in mind. That single company shows you the difference between just doing some innovation and saying, so what if you invented the GUI first? Actually, GUI was not even invented at Apple. It was invented at Palo Alto Networks and, Bell Labs, and then imported into Apple as well as Windows.
You're also another medtech startup onto the panel. So describe your journey, your innovation, and how it's going to impact people in the room.
Yeah, thank you, Vikrant. Hi, I'm Sahil from Primary Health Tech Private Limited, and we have developed a product, MobiLab, which is a mobile-based laboratory. So what we have developed is a glucometer kind of a device, but it can do around 25 parameters related to kidney, liver, pancreas, and heart. So the vision that we are carrying is that whenever you are going to a GP, the GP is going to prescribe you a certain regular tests, which are LFT, KFT, liver, kidney tests. For that, you have to again go to a different laboratory and do the diagnostic test. The report comes after 2 to 3 days. Again, the patient has to go to the GP, and then the entire diagnostic process takes around 3 to 4 days of time. So how we can reduce this particular process of 3 to 4 days? So we thought, let's develop a device which can give the instant result in 5 to 10 minutes, like the way glucometer does. And right now we have successfully developed and deployed the device. We have completed the certification of the device in almost 7 hospitals, got the regulatory approval as well, and we have validated almost 70 to 80,000 patients already. The learning for us is that the problem that we were thinking of solving initially is completely different when we entered with the product into the market. The customer was not exactly demanding a portable solution. He wants a solution where he can save his or her time as well. So let's suppose a villager who has some problem of kidney, and the interesting part with kidney is that you do not get a symptom also. So that particular patient, if even he knows that there is a problem, he is not going to go to the lab. The problem was not that the facilities are not available or he doesn't have the money. The problem is that he has to take the leave for 2 days. One, initially to go for the doctor, to get the initial diagnostic, like lab test, he will prescribe some laboratory test. For that, he has to take a leave. After 2 to 3 days, again, he has to come back and do the testing. So we were initially focusing on increasing the number of profile, increasing the number of tests, but then we thought like how we can make it instant, user-friendly, and IoT-enabled. So right now what we are doing in our device, we are doing the diagnostic test, we have connected with the teleconsultation, and also we are enabling with the pharmacy, nearby pharmacy, so the entire 360-degree solution can be delivered. And right now you have seen in the metro cities, everybody wants everything in 10 minutes. So our vision is to give everything in 10 minutes at their home, at their convenience, and then only the non-communicable diseases can be prevented. And non-communicable diseases, people have the perspective that diabetes is the major killer. Diabetes is a killer, but it's a starting point. Due to diabetes, there are many diseases like heart, kidney, liver. All these are the bigger killer. People do not realize, so we have made the device for that. And in terms of innovation, so we are based out of IIT Guwahati Center for Nanotechnology. And what we have observed that the innovation that we are actually aiming for is not a small thing, because you have to go through 1 lakh, 2 lakh patients trial and then come up with the result. And when you go to the market, patient doesn't want. But what we have thought, like, let us do that diligently, all these trials, understand what is the innovation, what is the IP behind that, and then also have a futuristic perspective so that we can actually make those solutions. So that is what, so we have launched one of the product in the market. It is getting traction. Now we are working on another innovation. So in innovation also, to solve the problem. I think one solution cannot fit for all the people. You have to keep innovating. So that is the, again, we have observed in the market. So I think for innovation in medtech, you have to have 10 to 15 years of horizon. Then only you can build a world-class product. And that's what we as a company are doing since last 5 years. Thank you.
But I just wanted to tell you that in metro, people are looking for 10 minutes in grocery and everything else, but he's giving you competition on 59 seconds.
The market is different. So ours is a blood testing, they are in the imaging. So yeah.
No, I'm just bringing a humor to it. Obviously, by the explanation you gave, it appears you are creating it for Bharat story. Is that customer typically that?
Yes, definitely Tier 2, Tier 3 cities are the major customers, but in urban areas also we are focusing on the emergency. So let's suppose somebody met with an accident, some blood parameters are required, so we are incorporating in that as well. But majority it is for the Bharat.
And I'll ask you the same question which I asked him, which was about how did the incubators and the ecosystem help you create the product? Or is there anything else you feel ecosystem could do in the journey of the founders so that we all capture those inputs in real time?
So definitely we are in the medtech domain, which has a long gestation period. So the ecosystem is very important for us as a company. We have been supported by BIRAC, we have been supported by NGIS. The support is very important from NGIS because they have supported, given the seed fund at a stage where we were pre-revenue, pre-certification, where no investor was looking to fund at that time. But that particular check size was a very important milestone. Plus, there are a lot of connections. They have helped us, like hospital connection, like how we can incorporate those for the clinical validation. So as a whole, NGIS and Pontech team has helped us a lot. And then we are still working with them, asking for a lot of referrals. But I think because of the ecosystem, a medtech company like us was able to survive because of the grant and the seed money. So yeah.
Sure. And it's a very important point that he's highlighting. If the journey from TRL level 1 to TRL 10 for a medtech company, if it takes anywhere between 3 to 5 years or 7 years, by the time the product comes into the market and starts to scale gradually, for an investor, they are looking for an exit. And that's why not many funds, unless they have a very specific medtech and health tech focus, would be looking to back these companies which will come with 10 to 12 years of gestation period. And that's a problem statement which not many funds have been able to identify. LPs obviously look for an exit in that window. If you are going into biosciences or biotech solutions and all, some of that, journey, or even in pharma, those could even be longer, or at least similar. So I think that's a difficult category to crack when it comes to funding growth. So if you guys are finding early support and navigating through that, and have still reached to a reasonable level in a short time frame, we should, tell you guys kudos, keep doing the effort, and I'm sure support would, flow in. Do you have a point to make?
Vikrant, means that is the entire gist to whatever we are discussing over on accelerating innovation is how you are accelerating to where the idea has been concepted.
Yes.
And over on the innovation part, just one pointer to add to Rahul, when it comes down to any new technology, when it is AI, when it is IoT and others, because I have seen AI when it is pretty niche, means I have seen AI from 2014, I have been working across with AI. So when it comes down to a technology and its culmination, the first and foremost is why are you developing this technology and why are you developing this innovation onto? And once you are solving a real world or a complex set of problems, is then your technology leads to a particular or leads to its culmination. Otherwise, creating an innovation just out of saying when there is no user, then it is of no use. So Until and unless when it comes down to AI and when it comes down to IoT, everything requires a culmination where it needs to go, whether it could be health tech and the others. Yeah, but yeah, accelerating innovations. So what STPI and even other government institutions, even people, means the persons like you who are helping or bolstering the startups over at this initial stage is what is actually required to accelerate those kind of innovations.
Yeah, I guess all the early stage ecosystem players are doing their bit individually to support. I think there is space to do more, but at least we are all in the right direction. I'll bring it back to Amol. Amol, we spoke about you guys trying to bring, email solutions. Is there a corporate solutions which you are designing for startup needs or anything that you are offering to startups? Do you want to talk about any of that?
Yes. So, as I already mentioned, we already have a product. It's called Rediff Mail Enterprise, now rebranded as Rediff Mail for Work, which is sort of a suite where, which comprises of everything from email to cloud storage, drive, video conferencing, and group messaging, chat, and all of that. Now, what we're bringing to the startup community is through STPI. We are offering this service to startups for a trial of about 6 months free of cost, and whether they like it or they can continue with it, and then we offer some special discounts to them when they wish to continue in future. So, and this is a whole gamut of products. It's not just, we're not restricting it to only certain products. So, startups, so we have created something which will be shared probably with the community very soon. And it comprises of everything. So email is where the business starts for everyone, right? So with email at the centerpiece, other things like cloud storage, document collaboration, document versioning, video message, video conferencing, audio conferencing, all of that is being offered to the startup community.
Nice. Probably last one that I would ask, Praneeth, from our side, and then I'll open it up for a few questions to the audience. Praneeth, how are you supporting ecosystem with research mindset? Is there any initiatives you're doing with incubators, accelerators, or ecosystem players in the research? Or do you see increased desire to work on research-centric activities? I mean, I can personally speak, I have a, in our fund, we have a research stream. There are people who would be involved in sectoral buy-side research and a sell-side research. Generally, we don't have an early-stage funds who would have a research-centric team. We have a specific focus. We produce around 8 to 10 research in a year, which are sector by sector or sometimes thematic. We have now started to even have an sell-side research for our portfolio companies. But at an industry level, are you seeing any trends? Are you seeing or supporting few of those activities? Or do you desire to have more of that?
So I think, rightly mentioned by you that typically for early stage, and just because the scale is not huge, and research also comes at a cost for everyone, so it has not really been so prevalent. But as we did today, so we launched a report on the Digital India ecosystem, how it has helped the startups. So that is one of our ways to work with the government and government-funded bodies to overall research about the space and bring those findings out to everyone so that it could be useful. Obviously, as you also mentioned that, and it was part of the previous session also. So at the very early stage of investment, as Rahul mentioned, one is the IP that you hold, and also the founder is very important. What's your role, mindset, vision, what drive and energy you have. Because at the very beginning, it's a lot about passion, and gradually it starts going towards, say, more valuation or scaling. And I feel that's very important to continue just thinking about what you really want to add value with, and not just adding value to the company, but overall in terms of the offering, what value gets added. And I think probably in the last 2 to 3 years, we have been made to learn that the hard way in terms of not just thinking about valuations for the company, but actually bringing value to the people and what value your offering provides to the overall ecosystem.
Sure, great. Okay, I guess time for us to open it up for you guys. Can we have a couple of mics in the room? Hello, team. Can we have a couple of mics for the audience? Are we conditioned to give the mic to them? Is that a provision? Let them do it. Yeah. Only 2 questions. We are on time, sir. I wanted to give you 10 minutes back.
Sandeep, you are the first mover and you are delivering at 53 seconds at rupees 145. So who is your next seeker? And my second question is to all of you. Do you think innovator itself accelerate or retard innovation? As top 25 companies, tech companies, you say we should stop working on open AI for some time.
So we'll take the first one, sir. I've got 4 hands, so I will allow the second question to come from them. Sandeep, do you want to answer?
First of all, coming down to the first mover, when we come down to a 53 seconds, basically there are 2 aspects over to this. First is when we talk it about for the company perspective, if anyone would scale it over to the same technology or others, yeah, means, but I'll not keep myself as a marker that, okay, what I had done that no other company would be able to do. The world is so big over to the aspects. So, but I always say if anyone else starts after that, we'll always be far ahead because we'll scale up to another level at that particular point of time. The second aspect of this, of your question comes around is when it comes down to any technology and innovation, what I believe over on AI, which is a very pretty buzzing word over right now in the market, I believe that AI has the last culmination over when you create a human-computer interface. Means even ChatGPT is one of a kind of a human-computer interface is what we are trying to create. Any of the technology firm or any of the innovations which we actually talk it about, when this innovation would culminate over at particular when you create a human-computer interface is where the technology of AI would subside. When it comes down to healthcare, sustainability, EV, tech, drone, mobilities, anything, is I always believe that even with Medini, is our last mile or our last milestone would be creating a human-computer interface. Is that's what we are even working right now with Stanford University of Biodesign to creating the world's first ever non-invasive neurachip, which enables a self-diagnosing capability for every human. We started ourselves designing onto with Stanford University of Biodesign, and yeah, hope so. You in just a year or 2, you would be able to have it on a clinical trial phase. So
good one,
yeah.
Thank you. I saw a hand being raised here. Yeah, this one. Can we give the mic? Who can diagnose it? Radiologist?
The software is being used by radiologists, doctors, or you can say for a GP, practitioners, anyone could use that.
Practitioner will require the images.
Yeah, it works both the ways. It works even in radiology and pathology too.
And which cancer do you
We even work for lung cancer, chronic kidneys, then we work for breast cancer. We work for.
Is it available?
Yes, yes. Melanomas, carcinomas, yes. You could.
It's available?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And you could have detailed conversation with the guys during the coffee break time. Okay, you are the last, and then there is a lady here, right? So only 2 questions. Can we go to him?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Basic and a simple question to everyone. How important is monopoly and a competition in the market?
Monopoly and competition. Rahul, you want to answer? You're the money guy.
One, they are opposites, right?
Agreed. So either of them which you think is more important?
What do you mean by important to whom?
From an
To the
investor
monopolist, the monopoly is very important.
From the investor standpoint, do you think monopoly is good in a market, or you think competition is a good thing to have in the market?
See, the answer is kind of contained in your question. For a monopolist, monopoly is always good. If I'm an investor in the monopoly, I'm always happy. But nobody else is. So That's where it boils down to, right? This becomes individual perspectives, right?
Yeah, that's exactly I said from the investor standpoint, because when you reach out to the investors from a startup standpoint, they always think that if you have a competition and if you're probably a new startup entering into the market, you will always be eaten up by they have advantage.
So that's a different way to look at that question, and competition will always be there, whether no matter how innovative it is, right?
So I think that's where we support and ask, saying, okay, when you're defining TAM, SAM, SOM, we ask you how much market share you would be able to achieve, and what's your right to win. What would you be doing because of which you would have that market share? And to point about monopoly, let's ask it, we say, what's your defensibility? How will you protect yourself so that you're not eaten away by a bigger player? And those are good questions to ask because it gives a perspective. We are putting money into your venture, and as long as you know how would you deal with market forces which are not controlled by you, you should be prepared to have a decent control in your business. That's the perspective.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. That's the last one.
Thank you.
I promised.
Hi, I'm a startup lawyer based in Dubai. I have one question for the panel. For startups with a longer gestation period, don't you think innovation is moving more rapidly than what your business strategy would have been starting out? And how important is it for a VC to invest in startups that could become a household name? Because innovation is all around us. We see hundreds of startups every day, but where does your money become most valuable?
Do you have this question to a pointed person?
No, it's whoever wants to take it.
Who wants to take it? There are two sides of the question. I can take the second.
I'll take the first. When you talk about it over, ma'am, and right now, when it comes down to startup, because you basically operates on two, a startup needs 5 important things to succeed. First, right idea at right point of time. Right people at right point of time. When you don't have money, you require your friends, from colleagues or anyone past colleagues where you operate on to. The third, right placement of the product at right point of time. A correct right investors over at right point of time. And fifth is where you won't leave and keep yourself innovating. The entire 5 things, when you place it right, your startup will definitely succeed. More importantly, it entirely covers over an umbrella is your innovation and the launch of your product requires a particular time frame. It doesn't happen that, okay, I'll keep on innovating for another 10 years until unless it's a breakthrough technology which is not out there. But I'll keep in myself innovating for another 10 years, and after 10 years I'll launch my product and place my product. There will be some another one who would have taken the first mover advantage. So if you place the 5 things correctly over in market, you'll definitely do succeed. That is from a startup's perspective, VC's perspective, I believe.
No, he's covered everything. So with that, let's give a huge round of applause to all the guys who covered and kept you awake. Thank you for allowing me to moderate the panel. Over to you.
So thank you. Of course, a very impressive discussion, and a lot came out of the innovative ideas and discussion here. It can't be, of course, done without the mementos. So I will request you to give the panel the mementos, and then I will also request Mr. Ashok Gupta, Director STPI, to give the memento to Vikrant. So Vikrant, you do the honors first, and then Ashok can come and do the honors. So let's clap for them, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience who's been so attentive and so engaging and listening throughout. So amazing. Thank you. If we clap for everybody, it just encourages them. May I now request Mr. Ashok Gupta to come and do the honors for Vikrant Vashne. Thank you. Thank you for anchoring the panel. That's to innovation, and thank you everybody now. Of course, we are on the last leg, but this is really important for all the startups, all the entrepreneurs sitting here, and the topic is, of course, funding. The funding insights, navigating the investment landscape. So to navigate the investment landscape with expert guidance, in our next session, to gain valuable insights, tips and strategies to secure the funding of the startup so that it thrives and grows, I welcome on stage Subodh Sachan sir, of course, Director STPI, Ankush Arora, Founder 0522 Exico Tech Private Limited, Aditya Arora, CEO of FAD, Ankit Machar, Director Ecosystem WENEN, VNEN, Kalpana Jain, Partner Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu India LLP Chair. So let's welcome everybody, and I'm sorry that I've probably missed out. Kalpana ma'am.
Can you hear me? I guess you can. A very good afternoon to all of you. I do notice more empty chairs than I would have liked to see, but I'm assuming that those who are here out of much more interest and enthusiasm for what we are going to be discussing. We are going to be talking about insights which would be valuable for navigating the investment landscape. We've been hearing, that actually there are two views that I hear about investments in startups here in India. For the last 2 or 3 years, we used to hear there's huge amount of funds available. There is no dearth of funds available. It's just to make sure that you get the right kind of investor and you approach the right kind of, fund for yourself. But I have to say that since the peak that we saw at $27 billion in 2021, it dropped to $21 billion, I think, or 22 perhaps. And this year, it's dropped for the 3 quarters. In 2023, it's dropped to $7 billion. So it's a question mark, and perhaps that will be how I will start out the discussion with the very interesting panel which I have here. But before I go to the questions, ladies and gentlemen, more ladies should be here is my belief, but unfortunately only so many. The panel that I have along with me today represents people from the ecosystem, those who push, pull, help you get ready to be that entrepreneur who's successful, who's good enough to get to funding and then take it to the next level thereafter. And that would really be Ankit from the Vadvani, Ankit from Vadvani Foundation, who's here. So he's our ecosystem facilitator, if I can call him that. I had a long chat with him just before we came in, and it's very interesting work that they're doing. A lot of it in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. They work on skilling, they work on innovation, and they work on entrepreneurship. So he will be the ecosystem guy whom you don't have to be scared of at all. He's going to be the facilitator in getting us to the funding point and success in the same. I have here sitting next to me Ankit, who, I've got them all wrong, sorry, Aditya. Aditya is from FAAD, which is a startup fund. They have invested, they have a fund size of $40 million, have invested in about 80 startups. Some of the ones that you would know, that I knew, Blue Smart, very, very need of the hour and very well executed, no longer startup I would call it. Battery Smart, Kerala banana chips. When he told me about Kerala banana chips, I told him, I said, my son gets a packet every single day. They're really, really good. I can assure you of that. But those are some of his investments. So here's a fund again. You have somebody whom perhaps we need to be a little scared of who will tell us about what is it that we need to do in today's environment going forward from the point of view of raising funds. Then last but not the least, I have Ankush. Ankush is from #Bazaar, which has been, again, an entrepreneur. So he'll tell you about all the secrets in terms of being able to raise capital. What is it that you need to do? This is a B2B buying platform, which started with FMCG and now is expanding to home decor. He does one more entrepreneurial setup, and he'll be a serial entrepreneur. This is his second one. First one he successfully sold. So you will have some interesting insights to be had from him. And last but not the least, perhaps the most, I have Subodh sitting right alongside with me. He's a director at the Startup and Innovation, for Startup and Innovation at STPI, and the architect for this whole program that we've had since the morning. So let me start out by, perhaps asking, maybe I should start with you, because you are the architect of, STPI has a purpose, and it's delivering that. So tell me what you feel, Subodh, about the current investment landscape. And I would like you to throw light on this little bit of sense of doom that it's slowed down, it's come down, it's not as exciting as it was in 21. Perhaps you could address that a little bit for our aspiring and existing entrepreneurs.
Thank you, Kalpana. And thank you, for the audience who has stayed with us throughout the day. We had a great sessions, and this is just the beginning about what Leap Ahead Summit is all about. And thank you for all the distinguished speakers on the dais. Yes, 2021 was the defining moment for the startup ecosystem in India. The journey of, from the perspective of investment-driven pull, which I've been talking about, because I have been associated with the startup ecosystem since 2011, and we had seen the momentum, growing slowly and slowly. And I think 2021 was a kind of defining moment, though it came within the midst of all what was happening in terms of pandemic. But the funding ecosystem was long overdue in terms of investors literally releasing the purse. I think that's what happened in 2021. 2022 has seen what we see as a downturn right now, and 2023 is definitely a funding winter in that sense. But what has happened is it has given a huge impetus and huge has built up to the startup ecosystem altogether. Today, the startup ecosystem is, yes, looking forward for the investment, but there is also a lot of innovation, passion, and energy which is already there in the various cities and the locations which we have been looking into. We have realized that there is a funding, investors are looking for, probably taking some time to release their investments, and probably becoming more risk, I'll say, not so taking risks right now. And that's where government comes into play, right? And that's where we, within STPI, has come into play. When we started in GIS, we saw obviously good number of startups participating. But what we also realized that, that when we look for funding and where is the gap between investors coming in and what startups and innovators are really all about, right? And that's the gap which we started filling in within the NGIS. And then what we have done in last 1.5 years within NGIS has paved the way. Today we saw 20 startups getting funded from NGIS. And it's just not that they have been identified yesterday. They've identified 6 months back, 8 months back. They've been mentored. They have been talked about in terms of what investors are looking forward to, right? And how do you literally get money when we talk about investment coming into your startups? What we have done within the NGIS also, Kalpanaji, we have always taken the investors' approach in terms of investing into startups. We heard in the morning session that the grants are something which are not money which startups should be looking forward to. I have always been kind of against the grant money. Grants are very easy money, let me tell you. And a lot of startups and founders, they run behind the grants. What really happens is like the more noise gets created than the actual content which can be filtered out, right? And that's what we looked into in GIS. I have heard a lot of startups coming and saying, hey, we got selected. In fact, I just met somebody here in the morning. We were 6 in the selection round. We've not got the funding. I said, the funding is something which will come to you. You know, to be patient enough. The investors are there. This is investor-driven program. Investors are going to release money. Obviously, when we nudge from the government perspective in terms of giving the funds and access to the fund to the startups, our objective is to accelerate that, right? And we are doing that. But sometimes it's the right time of the investment. No idea is bad. No implementation is bad. It's just about the right time of getting investment. That's when you should look forward to. And grants, again, is not the right front. I think I'll talk more about what can happen, but I leave it to Kalpanaji, back to you.
So, Subodhji, there's one point I'd like to add to what you said. I mean, I've been part of the developing startup ecosystem for the last 25 years. And earlier, when we used to have events like this in Delhi, in a hotel like this one, we would see a lot of startups. Number one, the number of people would be less. Number two, the people who would be here would be mostly from Delhi and the Delhi-NCR region, for example, if we were doing it in Delhi. Today, if we look at the mix of the audience, I think what is really, really commendable is the deepening and the widening of the, of the ecosystem. Whether it is the startups who are coming from other cities, smaller cities, towns, even rural areas, or equally interestingly, it is the investors who are originating and are based out of, smaller places than the large metropolitan cities. So on that note, I'm going to come to you, Ankit. You did mention that you are working with tier 2, tier 3, startups coming from there. So it'd be refreshing to hear about your perspective in terms of what the investment landscape looks like now and going forward.
Thanks, Kalpana. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. So, first of a quick introduction from where I come from in terms of working in the startup ecosystem. We've been working with large-scale, early-stage startups, and that's where the entire ecosystem in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities require that support. Through Foundation, we have a program that we work with various channel partners and support prototype and MVP stage startups to get them to launch ready and help them navigate in their entire journey to be able to go out and pitch to funding agencies, investment partners. Couple of areas that we work, and that's also aligned to the topic that we have. So we've identified 8 topics where a startup need to focus. Of course, the committed team, business model, value prop, whether it is a vitamin business or it's a painkiller business, financial stability or the projections, your matrix, growth plan, funding plan, and the exit and all. We work on those couple of areas with them because we definitely can't help on the team side, but help on business model, help them on financials, funding plan, how do you pitch, how do you present. If those 4-5 objectives are aligned, they're better prepared to go and pitch. And when we are seeing this, working with now 1,500 startups over the last this year, 120 startups raising funds, we are not seeing any dearth in terms of investments as far as early stage investments and concerned. And whether it is government grants or early stage investors like Aditya and others, where they're spending the commercial funding anywhere between $50,000 to $150,000. And we are seeing a lot such funds getting created, SEBI approved, available now, and they're looking for real startups. If they're able to navigate on these 8 areas that investors look for, come out with not only from an innovation product perspective, but from a business perspective, and then pitch to them. And we are not seeing any such dearth in terms of slowdown. There was a slowdown in the first half of this year because of various reasons. But now that I'm reading more and more and getting these startups connected,
we are seeing again a spurt, and then 2024 is going to be another change. We had first change in 2016-17 with the entire movement. 2021 was another big one, and now we'll see 2024-25 as well.
Thank you. That's good news, isn't it? There's nothing that much to worry about. And actually, I'll add to that again. There is, I think, and I'll come to you, Aditya, on that. I think there is a deepening of the investing environment from the point of view that you're seeing a lot of domestic interest in investment. Again, if we were looking at it 5 to 10 years ago, the domestic interest, the interest of investors originating out of India itself to invest in the country were less. So maybe, Aditya, if I can move to you with a question on how do you see, the evolution of our domestic investing environment, since you are a fund which has, committed itself to the domestic market. Perhaps your views would be valuable to know.
Sure. I think this question has changed shapes and forms over the last so many years because angel investing is now democratized. Firstly, I think the revolution that came was from, of course, government, where they defined who an angel investor actually is. Right, in terms of net worth now, you clearly have that person should have a net worth of more than 2 crores, excluding the primary residence, right? So A is the definition of angel investing that came in. Second is, I think, what revolutionizes a lot of angel funds were created post 2019 because SEBI came up with a different category structure under category 1, where category 1 was just VC funds, but SEBI said, no, we want to attract the growing angel community interest as well. So let's create category 1, and inside that category, let's create a subcategory A called angel funds, which we also applied for and of course got the license. So, A is that of course more clarity has come in from government side that has of course pushed the democratization of angel investment platforms even further. I think second is the whole awareness and education about angel investing. I see so many people, of course, even in fact sharing a cute moment. A student studying in school saw an episode of Shark Tank and sort of messaged me, भैया मुझे startup बहुत अच्छा लगा, मुझे invest करना है. तो मैंने कहा आप पैसे कैसे लेके आओगे इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए? कहते भैया मेरे को पॉकेट मनी मिलती है हर महीने, उसकी एक EMI बांध देना, आप इन्वेस्ट करते रहो.
Crowdsourcing.
So you see, there is such an active interest between people because of some of these popular shows that have come up, and people of course want to invest in startups even more now, right? Because this is an asset class which has generated interest. The third thing where of course angel investing as a platform and of course early stage investing as a platform kind of grew multi-bounds is when Zomato got listed. Because that's when people eventually saw that you can invest in startup and make money as well, right? Because earlier startup investing used to be a big daddy's game, right? Where of course deals were happening behind closed doors. But now you see an Indian startup going, a tech-led startup going out there and then funding, and then a slew of course, startup IPOs that came after with the likes of Paytm, with the likes of course, so many, of course, not commenting on Mamaearth. So essentially, I think that is of course also how it happened in terms of the interest. Last point that I want to make is a lot of road shows that have happened. If you look at the last 2.5 years, the number of road shows which have happened in terms of physical networks like us and many others in the country, and even in fact VC funds as well, setting up regional offices, going and interacting with the local community there, right, attracting local interest from there. I mean, we are planning an investor event in a small city called Bhilwara, right? Now imagine that it's in Bhilwara and about 20-25 investors are turning up on an event in morning, on a Saturday morning to invest in startups. So that is another sort of on-ground work and penetration that has happened with a lot of these platforms and of course STPIs and of course other bodies as well which have done local roadshows. I think that is also a testament of the local interest. Yeah.
Okay, Ankush, I think the interest to hear from you, and we'll change the gears a little bit. We talked about how there has been a slowdown, a little bit of slowdown at least observed in terms of the overall investment, and I stand corrected by Ankit. He says that at the angel investment, at the startup early stage, there is no dearth of funding. So that's good news for sure. But I want to talk to you, and when we were talking earlier, you talked about having raised capital 3 months ago and a little before that. Can we talk about valuations? And I know in 21 we saw some fantastic valuations happen. You know, they were like through the roof. As Subodh is raising his hand, I realized I should do that too. So they were very, very high valuations. I actually want to ask you 2 questions. Question number 1, what do you think about valuations which are over the top, you know? And question number 2, what does it do to founders? What does it do to startups to start out with a very high valuation? What are the, so really I'm asking you the risks and the troubles and the concerns and the anxieties that come with a very high valuation. So over to you.
Thank you, thank you Kalpana for having me here. Thank you STPI, Contact for having me here. That's a wonderful question, and I would like to go the last one first. Sometimes it just so happens while we are basically toying around with that idea in our head, brainstorming it with the team, taking it out to the market, creating that proof of concept, riding it along, we forget that there could be so much beyond that one small little idea. So to begin with, we value ourselves less. And that's what beautifully the Western part of the world has been doing. They from day zero value themselves at a very top notch, and they have a data set to back that up. We just have words, right? I'll give you an example here, Kalpana. This was my first startup when I came back from US. So I saw student housing a great problem in India back in 2015 and 16. And I started up from a small tier 2 town where nobody was watching me. That was Lucknow. I established a proof of concept. I said, yeah, this is working well. I came to Noida. I said, now is the time to show the world that something can be done about it. And immediately got incubated at Amity University. One of the Chauhans invested in us. We sold around 1,000 beds in just 3 months' time. And the best part of that business was that the parent used to pay upfront for the entire academic year for the accommodation. So we were cash rich. We had those money counting machines at the incubation center. The VP of Yes Bank used to sit there, and there were lakhs and lakhs of transactions every single day. We thought now is the time. We've shown a beautiful traction. Let's reach out to a couple of investors, and so we did. Now, the first rejection, the second rejection, the third rejection, and we talked to ourselves, something is wrong. We are making money, and we are not getting a claim. And there is where we came to realize that the VC wants to see in a founder who is living in the future. What you're doing right now is okay. But what about 24 months, 25 months from now? And there is where I realized that there has to be something more which I am missing. And the fourth VC, when they came in, I told them we are no more selling student beds. Though we were selling student beds. We said we are selling experience around it. We're selling we're selling those first laptops, these class 12th, and then they get into graduation, they want to buy. We are going to tie up with the Samsungs of the world. We're going to tie up with the Olas. We're going to tie up with all those ride-hailing platforms which can help all the student, other gyms or other parts which can help them, grow up. And there is where they saw the value of the number of transactions from a single customer again and again and again. That also brought us into the food business of the meals. So where I'm coming at is, and what I want to highlight here is that we value ourselves so less. If we really have right mentors across, and mentors, sometimes we also tend to get a little bit confused when it comes to mentors. We pick up a phone and we say, this is the problem. Mentor is not here to solve your problems. You are there to solve your problems. Mentor is to show you the right path, the door. You figure out what would be the right way, because you need to be convinced, not coached. Right? So valuation, yes, plays a very big role. We need to understand what is the ecosystem we are in, what all lives we can touch, And more so, as I guess it was Prem who was saying that in the first session, to work for mankind. I think today the startup needs not only to solve the problem of a human, but humanity. And you see a valuation. That's how they sell Facebook, you know. Yeah.
So on the valuation, thank you so much for that. On valuation, I just want to take a moment on very high valuations and why they could be a headache. While it seems great to get a great valuation up front, but please do note, once you establish that as the standard and that as the base, you have to go forward from there on. So whatever went into justifying a high valuation, in terms of the opportunity, as you were alluding to, Ankush, it is important that you are able to live up to it, because you're not going to raise one round of funding and be done with it. The intention is that you will be on a growth path thereafter, and you will be able to demonstrate what you said is what you did. So I would be careful in figuring out what is an appropriate valuation for my startup, depending on what is defendable, what is doable, what is happening. So while Ankush, you said that you hadn't really thought of beyond the beds, for example, and you thought of additional businesses, additional cash flows that could originate out of the same customer base, that is actually genuine value that could be created, which was what the fourth investor found interesting. So I would, and we have seen this even for very large grown-up startups, as I call them. I will not name any companies. All of you know what brilliant valuations they got when they went IPO. And they have faced very, very serious challenges in being able to maintain those levels of valuation. So as a young, early-stage startup, it's good to think of what you can do, what you want to do. It's good to be able to articulate the art of the possible with respect to your own business, but it's also important to be pragmatic and to be practical and to remain answerable and accountable for the promises that you held out to yourself as well as to your investors. So it's just a thought that I would like to leave with you. I'm going to jump to Aditya to ask him if he has any thoughts to share when you're looking at investments, valuations.
Yeah. So they say if you want to get married, valuation is the terms on which you want to get married. And valuation is something where it's no rocket science. It's not even a commerce as well. It's a pure art, right? Because the terms of the marriage has to be convenient to both the husband and the spouse. It's not just participation from one side that you set the best valuation, you optimize the best valuation for yourself, and the other investor out there has to just take a bite on you. And a lot of good deals have gone down the drain because the investor wanted a set percentage stake in the company, right? And the valuation didn't work out. Because here, I understand it from the VC perspective as well. The economics would work out for them because they're looking at you as a multi-bagger return only if they have a sizable stake in your company. If you value yourself high and the VCs, of course, check size is not that higher to match up the high valuation, they end up being a minority investor in the company. And as much as, of course, we want to invest in founders, we want to work with them as well. Not just, of course, give our money and be on the back seat and, of course, not look at where the road is going. We don't want to be on the driving seat also. We want founders to, because they know how to best drive the car, but at least every now and then we do want to see where the road is taking. So A is, I'll of course quickly finish this up because it's a topic you can go on and on. But I think what this whole funding winter has taught us is that it's never about the valuation, right? Because valuation is something which is always a substitute of value creation. If you focus in the long term on good value creation, substituting your customers, investors are not your customers for which you have to optimally price. But if you focus on your customer retention, your sales, your revenue, focus on the good basic fundamental aspects of your question, you would of course get higher valuation in the end. So it's not about 2% dilution here or 2% dilution tomorrow. It's actually about creating a $1 billion company. If you create a $1 billion company sitting out there, hardly a 0.1%, 0.2% here and there won't make a difference. But getting the right people with you on that journey is what matters. So please be open to it, because Mark Cuban says an amazing quote that 50% of a watermelon is better than 100% of a grape. So yeah.
I guess that says it all, huh? Really speaking. So, Boji, I think Aditya alluded to what else one needs to look for when one is raising capital, besides the money itself and the valuation at which you raise it. Perhaps you'd like to share with us, in your experience of working with startups and young companies at STPI, what have you found to be the most valuable, and again we're using the word valuable inputs that you've been able to provide or you have been able to facilitate for them with respect to their success in their entrepreneurship venture?
Sure, thank you, Kalpana. Well, I think, within the, probably for example, from my journey, from being MNC to startups and then to government, I've skipped the investor chain right now. But within the role of government, the role which we play is to bring startups investors together, right? And I think, as you probably alluded earlier, happy to see this room filled with not just with startups, entrepreneurs, but also with with the investor community here. I think in the morning session, we saw 35 plus investors sitting in the room, wanted to explore the startups and wanted to understand the startups and meet and greet everyone, right? That's a power today which we have achieved right now. Specifically coming to your question, what we have realized, startups and entrepreneurs, and I think probably Ankush, talked about, mentors playing a critical role, but they're not going to be, I think, I think we heard earlier also when the speaker said, the bridge between investors and startups is always the mentors. Mentors are going to help you to understand, to differentiate yourself from what you are trying to do. Every innovator, every entrepreneur, feels that their idea is the best, their execution is world class, right? And they are sitting on some visionary and idea altogether in which they can actually do something. But what they realize is something what investors are looking forward to, and that's the bridge which is filled in by the mentors. Mentors are there to guide you, to help you to understand and fill this gap. What is also more important is this whole journey in terms of idea to prototype to MVP, and MVP to product, right? How does that happen? And that's where STPI has played a critical role in terms of establishing what we call as centers of entrepreneurship, right? What we have done in centers of entrepreneurship is we realized, today we talk about startups being built from a home with a single laptop, for example, but these are not just the only startups, right? They're startups working in the electronic space, there's startups working on the EV space, there are startups working in telecom space, there are startups working in drone space, there are startups working in robotics space. They need much more than the software and the laptop alone, right? And that's the infrastructure which we in STPI have created. We have built world-class laboratories. We strongly believe within the government, within the STPI, to accelerate your development journey is one of the ways to ensure the investors come to you and you create value in time, before time, so that you have clear value where the investors look forward to, right? And that will only happen by virtue of accelerating your development journey. And that can only happen when you have access to right labs, right mentors, right? And both of these things we have focused upon. One more point which I'd like to address more is what we look forward when we talk about, within what we need to do. Within government and within STPI, we also want to continuously see what we want to do next, right? We always look into the drivers which are there available in the market out there, in the ecosystem out there, right? And today if you see, the drivers are already there in the form of young and passionate entrepreneurs, young and youthful people, right? They want to do something, right? These are one of the drivers. Drivers also there in the form of technology, which is also being democratized to a larger extent today. Drivers are available in the form of digital, India roadmap, digital India report, which we have created today, released in the morning. These drivers are available, and what in government we should look into is, what are the challenges and how do we strategize in terms of filling the challenges. The challenges are there today, identifying real startups. Startup ecosystem is also having real startup versus just Me Too startups, right? Real startups and real investors. These are the challenges, right? The data availability in terms of today, we hear, a lot of startups saying that we are doing pretty good in terms of financial, but there's no data availability in terms of what they're doing is what actually they are speaking as well, right? How do we understand that? These are challenges, and we, within the government ecosystem, look into creating, from these challenges, identifying what should be the strategy and action plan. And leap ahead, I must thank TiE team. I must thank all my partners here, my team in the STPI as well, because Leap Ahead initiative is born because of that strategic intent and strategic action in which we realized that startups are looking for the next level of funding. Ankit talked about a lot of early money being made available. I mean, it's available, it's still not available in a lot of, a lot of places. But what requires further is an initiative like this Leap Ahead. And I'm happy that today we are seeing this great launch today in a summit event, and we will build this momentum from here, right, in terms of the new initiative, new actions. So that's a strategy, that's an action plan which we work on within the government ecosystem.
So you might have noticed I've been grinning ear to ear when Subodhji was speaking, and what a glad day has come to pass that the government is actually pitching for active development of the ecosystem, pitching for startups and private enterprise, all of it is. So it's a real glad day. It really talks about where we have reached in our journey of entrepreneurship, I might say. Can I ask you a question, Ankit? Ankit, how would you say, if we have a room full of aspirational entrepreneurs and young entrepreneurs, what would they, I have a pointed question, when they are raising capital, when they go out and approach investors, what should they look for? What should they be looking, not obviously the highest valuation, that is one conversation, but besides valuation, how do I know that he's a great investor for me? You know, how do I figure that? So if I'm lucky enough to have, as you were saying, there are lots of, you were also saying, there are lots of investors available, तो मैं choose कैसे करूँ कौन मेरे लिए better है?
Okay, so actually it's the other way around. I would say we are seeing a lot of startups building their products for investors. I would rather say build for your customers, and investors would come. Whoever is relevant to your domain, to your sector, they'll find you. If there is real value creation, as Aditya told, if it is available, if you are able to create that value prop for your potential customers and get them on board and do your POC, I think enough finding is currently going on where investors are now on the lookout for real startups to come and pitch to them. So I would say don't work. We have seen startups, for example, an AI fund has come in, they put AI in entire deck and then started reaching out to the investors, wouldn't get anything because of just the AI in the name, in the deck. You actually have to use AI to actually solve a problem for the customer. So don't build for investors, build for potential customers, get the POC done, and investors will come to you, is what we are seeing as well. So enough examples on that side.
Ankush, I am going to ask you a question which the investors will not like me for, but I'm hoping all the...
That's why you're asking me, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But the entrepreneurs will love it.
The one who's looking for funding.
Yeah. No,
Wow.
So I'm asking you, what are the two things which would be very wary to see in a term sheet? What would you be very scared of seeing in a term sheet? What are the two clauses which would really worry you in a term sheet when you're raising capital?
Okay. So believe me when I say this, the whole term sheet is very, very terrible. You know,
All, no?
yeah.
I
You
agree
would
with
not
you.
like the term sheet, but you know, what happens is, I'll just give you, so there was this one of the, I would not name a VC. I had signed a term sheet, and I'm not saying SHA, it was a term sheet of 225 pages. Okay? Yeah, even I thought that may I go to toilet was somewhere written there. You know, it was that kind of a term sheet. Yeah. So I think one of the very important, again, as we just discussed about valuation, valuation, and I think the other one would be, you know, the rights of the founders. You have to be very, very careful about those, because what happens is, as Ankit rightly said, do not build for investors, build for the customers, the consumers, right? What happens is that these term sheets tend to, you know, drag you to that extent where you start working for these investors and you get those North Star matrices, you know, which eventually would not make any sense because the problem you're trying to solve is way too different than the term sheet, right? So I think that would be one, and initially you have to find the right kind of an investor. The term sheet comes in later. The investor has to be aligned to your thought. How I did or how I do it is same old-fashioned way. I look for somebody who can help me in my business, and in turn they turn out to be investors in the long run.
That's right. That's right. That's what I've always said. Yeah. So let me be provocative on that. Ankit, as a, oh God, why am I doing this? Aditya. Aditya. No, I've been calling you Aditya. Aditya, as an investor. You know, he made a Ankush made a distinction between working for the investor versus working for your customers, shall we say, or working for your business. How do you view that as an investor?
So I view it positively, because if you're working for the customer, that means you're working for the investor. But there's a very thin line. So when we say we want to work with founders, it does not mean, of course, we want to call you, after every hour, hey, I signed this up as a vendor, please approve, or hey, I've just calculating my provisionals, please approve. See, even we have invested in about 80 odd companies. Even if I talk to every company every day, that would take me about 2 months and 22 days, right? So essentially, it does not make sense, of course, that you talk regularly. Of course, you're building out for customers. You take strategic decisions in the interest of the customers and the business, as we say, right? And an investor is fully supporting on that. If an investor is not fully supporting on that, then it's not the right investor for you. That's why it's very important for founders as well to do investor due diligence. As much as we do a due diligence candidly on all of you, right? Without even you knowing the fact. Right? It's important for you as well to do a diligence on us in terms of the founders we have invested in terms of similar companies we have invested in. I mean, there are some founders, and I don't want to, of course, name them or blame them as well, but they blatantly sent their pitch deck without even looking at my portfolio, right? Now, if I've invested in a similar company, in a similar space, I may not take a bet again. What you're doing essentially is sharing out information, unsolicited information, confidential information to the investor. Of course, I would not share it ahead, but you are doing it from your end, right? So firstly, do your diligence very, very properly. Second, build it out for, of course, your customers. Keep your investors in confidence. That is one thing. The line that demarcates is a lot of people, they go so engrossed in the business that they don't consider investors as a part of the team. Yeah. They consider investors as just another person who's given them loan. Right? We are not banks. We are not bankers, right? We are essentially partners in your growth journey. And if you don't share information with your partners, if you're not honest with your investors, if you're just sugarcoating things just for the sake of getting additional money, sooner or later you will be caught. And there are enough examples out there. So yes, build it out for the customers, but keep your investors in confidence. Make sure that you run something with them, right? You run past those things with them, those strategic decisions with them. At least they can be supporters, they can be patient listeners, right? If not provide value add.
So Aditya, to add to that, your investor is like somebody who's a sounding board for you for your strategic decisions. Your investor could well be somebody who could take you to your customer base, for example. They may have investments in another enterprise which have common customers with you, for example. That's just an example I'm giving. They may have connections into your supply chain, which would be of value to you. They may have connections into large customers. I talked about that. So they may be a potential, they could take you overseas, for example, because they have a business portfolio or their investment portfolio looks as if they might be able to take you overseas. There are possibilities that they have experts, subject matter experts from your space, which would be of value to you. So all of these perhaps are some things you would look out for. You may not get all from each investor, but it is of value. I would include it in my value matrix when I'm assessing which of the investors suits me better. Your objective investment, my last point, your investment objective and their investment objective, there needs to be a degree of alignment on that. If you're thinking, for example, that you're going to go IPO in 4 years' time and the investor is insisting you go next year and really your business is not ready to do so. This is just an example I'm giving. I think this is something you need to take a long hard at. Sorry, Aditya.
No, absolutely bang on. In fact, I was going to make this point. The reason you go to an angel investor is because, of course, capital is something that you want. But more than the capital, it's about the value that you want, right? Because an investor does not give you pocket money. He teaches you how to make this money to more money, right? And the way he or she does that is, of course, opening up to the list of partnerships you spoke about. As in for us as well, we've created this whole bunch of ecosystem around us. Shivani is in fact here from my team who heads partnerships for our portfolio, where we provide these integrations, these sort of payment gateways, these marketing agencies, PR agencies, tech development, all these integrations as a part of our service to our portfolio. And more than that, it's also about when you are entering into the portfolio of an angel investor, you are entering into the ecosystem, because an angel investor has invested in mature founders like you. And one of the things that I want founders in this room to more focus on is talk to other founders. As simple as that. You listen so much in media, you listen to so many investors as well, right? And of course you're chasing all that goes, but you don't talk to founders who've been there and done that, right? So invest in good founders, right? When you're traveling, invest in good travel and meet good founders in a community and learn from them on how they've narrowed down their journey. They might be in different spaces, but there is definitely some bit of commonality across every founder's journey. So learn from those founders and ask your angel investor to in fact connect you to these founders. Be shameless in connecting. That investor has taken a bet on you, the least you could ask is support. And in fact, you were saying about term sheets, make this a part of your term sheets. I've seen good founders. The good founders are those who basically negotiate on where an investor can add value, rather than just negotiating on fair points of ESOPs and other things.
Absolutely, Aditya. Ankit, any comment from you before we open it out to the audience? Anything you'd like to add in your experience?
No, just on the term sheet part, I think, like Aditya mentioned, it's a marriage, and it's those 7 vachans that Pandit makes you do that, and you have to do that.
And valuation is only one of the vows.
Valuation is just one of them.
Absolutely. Subodh, I think you have something to say before we open to the audience.
No, I think we always look into, and I think when for startup entrepreneur we talk about, hey, what is your idea, what is your value creation, what is your business plan, right? And when we talk investors, they talk about scalability, unique proposition, no Me Too kind of stuff, right? But not typically what happens is when we speak to a lot of startups, we talk about very clearly there has to be an ABCD plan. There has to be clear action plan in terms of what you are setting out for yourself, how you're going to achieve it, in terms of getting your solutions ready and out in the market, right? Test it with the pilot and get that out right now. That action plan has to be very clear and crisp, right? The second is the B, which we talk about in terms of business plan. I think it's very important to start thinking from day one that how you will make money, who is going to invest, who is going to fund you, but at the same time, if the fund is not coming, how you're going to survive from that perspective, right? That needs to be very, very clearly coming out from your own head. Mentors are going to be there, the community is going to be there, but as an entrepreneur, it's important to think about your own business plan. See what I typically tell a lot of startups when they meet me, challenge yourself again and again. Do not challenge yourself once. You think, hey, good idea, I'll keep on doing same idea, getting the implementation done. But unless you challenge yourself again and again, you will never be able to repivot or pivot yourself, based upon what you learn when you go out there, right? D, it's always thinking long term in terms of what disruptive solutions you're building. If you are focused entrepreneur, you are talking about building billion-dollar company yourself, right? You are looking forward to attracting good investors. It's important that on long term, not from the day one, because on day one, disruption cannot happen, right? Disruption will only happen when you're invested into your own, journey. But you need to think about disruption at some point of time, right? That ABCD plan has to be very, very, very clear in your head, and that's what you need to work upon. Ecosystem is going to be there. Today, we should be happy within the Indian landscape, for example. Right? I'm a product of service company, though I started my career with a product company. Today, the service industry and the product company, the industry altogether has created huge pool of mentors sitting out. You can find everywhere. The investors, the mentors, everybody is the product of the same IT, revolution which has happened way back in 90s and 2000, right? We are all product of the same, and we have to build the next 20 years of what India as a country has to move forward to, right? So I think Leap Ahead and all these initiatives, and many more such initiatives will be targeted to fill certain gaps which we see from time to time.
Thank you, Subodh. On that note, shall we open out any questions from the audience? Please do raise your hands, and I guess somebody will raise you a mic. The gentleman in the front, if somebody could get him a mic, please. Please do introduce yourself shortly and raise your question. Identify the panel member you'd like to ask that of.
Hello. Yeah, so what I gathered from all the speakers on the dais is like there is complementary role. It's an observation. If you allow, I can say.
Go ahead. Very good.
Ankit is providing the education and the basic support. And then again, Subodh sir is also like providing at the foundation stage, seed stage, the money. Then Aditya, he is helping, and the people like Ankush, they are giving the clear-cut pathway to move ahead. So I think that's make the entire story very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. You've effectively done a thank you vote, I would think. Any other questions, please? At the far end, please, on the left. My left.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiv Rao. I am the founder of 3R Zero Waste and part of STPI Chunauti 4.0 as well. So my question is, as Aditya was mentioning, due diligence of the investor. So I have recently raised an angel fund. So what could be your tips and tricks? Because you have been in the game, each one of you. So what sort of due diligence other than, their past startups and their area of interest, what could be the other areas we should look at? Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. So one is, of course, you look at from a fund perspective, you look at what the portfolio history of that fund has been, right? Or what are some of the companies you can sort of target on if you become as a part of the portfolio of that investor, right? Be it how typically you take a feedback from founders, how is that investor founder friendly as well, right? And what is something that they like, what is something that they don't like. It's actually like going back to school and identifying who is going to take your first period, right? Identifying the teacher, right? And coming in good books of that teacher. Because, of course, if you come in good books, you get the first share at the reinvestment from that fund also. So one is that. Then on a personal level, essentially, I have broadly two diligences. Of course, I can't give you all the metrics, one for even my homework. So first one is, I think from what is the background history of that fund as a person also, because just don't look at them from a fund, look at them from people as well. Have they worked somewhere? What could be some of the connections that can come out? And second is, which is thoda secret of mine, but of course, since you guys have been so good, of course, not taking my name properly, that's the only bad thing. But is actually look at what that person has been posting on social media, right? In fact, this is something that I've noticed. A lot of fund managers, every fund manager out there is active on LinkedIn. For me, myself, मेरे तो एक दिन हर रोज LinkedIn post जाता है. So essentially, see what are the views that they are posting about, what are the stuff they are commenting. It's thoda bahut spamming also. And seeing what is some of the thought process that is going behind some of the views that they are posting or objectives or opinions. And I'm not saying change your opinions for that, but at least understand the person. This would help you a lot, massively, when you are in your pitch negotiations, when you're actually doing a live pitch with your investor. And also shows to the investor that you have actually done your homework very, very well on the person as well. And you're actually not just here, ki acha pitch tha, mere ko kisi ne bola kar do to kar diya. So it shouldn't happen like that. So these are some of the tricks I think that can work out. More, of course, in premium edition, if you become a part of your portfolio, I can definitely help.
Yeah. And I think just want to add, right? I mean, there should not be any shortcut to due diligence. As an entrepreneur, you should be very clear about that. I mean, due diligence is very, very important part of investing. And I have seen, because today we have announced 103 investments in the morning session, right? And out of these 103, I have sat through, because I've heard from both sides. As I said, in STPI, we sit in between. We sit in other side, investors are there, other side, startups, entrepreneurs are there, right? An entrepreneur always says, hey, बहुत question पूछ रहा है. Investors will say, ये question पूछना जरूरी है.
More questions? There's a gentleman at the back, right at the back, in the white shirt.